Helping us. What's going on? We don't know how to connect have again. Okay, that's fine. They are doing fine. They are doing fine. Group one, they are doing fine. Group two is doing fine. That's what I'm saying. Group two, how are we doing? Group 1. I know during the course of showing off, we've done a lot of things. Are we back at 0, angle 0?
Yeah, we are back at
all right.
Are you sure you're back at 0?
And we'll still run it.
We'll run it to 0. Shift it a little bit to this side.
So is the PC on back?
Yes.
All right. So group 2 is done. Group 2 is done. Well done. So make sure you drive back to 0.
Our power bank cable.
So I think we are doing fine so far. Some group have gotten the angle 0 right.
What of the ones we've cut? Can we get any of those ones? Of those ones that
We've removed the wires. So
not
chant.
cut.
Maybe let me help you find a jumper wire that you can connect with.
Looking for.
Group 2, how are we doing?
It works before.
The power bank cable has issue now. Ah, Jesus. And you don't stress now. Maybe the jumper. Do we all get what he did? Group 1. I think group 1 is done with theirs as well.
So make sure all your MG996 and Flora units are at 0 like that. You get it. So if you are doing for SG90, you change MG996 to.
Exactly, that's what I wanted to tell them. Okay, I think we are back on track now. Almost all group has gotten theirs right, Abby. What about group 2? How fine?
It has worked before, but
Where's our parcels? Is he on?
Alright, you guys got it right. Hold on. Did you work? Wait, you don't actually need the power bank cable.
You can just run it directly from your PC. Okay, so are we I actually want us all to focus on what we've done so far. Because for the other servos as well, you'll be driving to 0 degrees. So that you won't be stressing your facilitator. So make sure you know whatever you've done so far. Do you understand? You also be driving other motors to 0 degree. So I think you can take this chance to drive other motors to 0 degrees. Everyone that is done with the first one. Don't forget, whenever you are using your SG90, you will declare SG90 for your stuff. Do we understand? So just drive all of your motors to 0 degrees. Group 1, Group 2, Group 3. Drive all your motors to 0 degree. Whenever you are done with one. So just repeat the step for other motors so that we can proceed with the assembly.
Once they drive it to 0 degrees, they should make sure they don't turn the shaft.
Okay, warning. I know we are all excited about driving it to 0 degrees. Whenever we are done driving to 0 degrees, don't tamper with the shaft. Don't tamper with the shaft, I mean the on. Everything you've done to 0 degrees so that you don't move it back to maybe 1 or maybe 2 again. So make sure it stays at that 0 degree. Whenever you've driven your servo motor to 0 degree, don't tamper with it. Don't try and twist the on. So that it stays at that 0 degree. Do we all understand? We are not responding. Do we all understand? Alright. So drive all your other servos to 0 degree. Have you driven all your MG 996 to 0 degrees? No, I mean the bigger ones. Alright. Are you fine?
Yeah, fine.
Okay, continue with other servo motors. Make sure you drive all of them to 0 degrees. Let's be fast about that. So that we can go back to our competition chart. And don't forget, whenever you've driven it to 0 degree, don't tamper with the shaft again. Don't tamper with the mouth. If you don't understand what I'm saying, don't tamper with that mouth that you've driven to 0 degree so that it won't go back to maybe 50 degree, 10 degree or something. So let it stay at that 0 degree. So now whenever you are done driving it to 0 degree, you can attach to the shoulder. You can attach to the shoulder.
This is when it starts on that 3 mm stand up.
Did you print the stuff?
Let's be fast, please. Group 1, we should be done with driving our servos like this. If you are having any issues, kindly signify so that we can send our facilitators to you. It's working. Alright, that's fine. Drive your MG996, then go to SG90. But don't make a mistake while driving your SG90. Group 3, how are we doing?
You guys have given us
Okay. Group 3 is having just one more servos to drive. What about group 2?
Oh yeah, the smaller ones. Yes.
How many are we having left?
Yeah. Drive the smaller ones.
Drive the smaller ones. Group 1, how many servos are we having left to drive? The smaller, how many smaller ones?
One.
Just one. Can you imagine? Alright. Everything to 0. Okay, seems group 3 is coming back to reclaim their position. Group 1 is already slacking. Group 3 is meeting up with them. Okay. Seems we still have group 1 at the first position. Group 3 following. And group 2 backing out. Group 2, let's define. Let's be fast. I know group 2 can do this. They can do this. Group 2 can do this. Don't tamper with your shaft whenever you've driven it to 0 degrees. You are done. Group 2 is done. That's nice. Group 1, are we done? Okay, attach your MG996 to your shoulder. Sorry, let's reduce our noise, please. Attach the MG996 to your shoulder. Don't tamper with your shaft. Okay, let's be fast with that. David, come and change. Okay, we are preparing to go to the next thing right now. Oh, I can see group 1 has done something. What's going on?
What's called that man I sent something?
Okay, let me look. Okay. Are we done attaching our servos to the shoulder? What's going on? What is it? Let me see.
Is it? I think that should be.
But this screw is too tiny.
Yeah, it's tiny.
Is it tiny?
This one is tiny for that side. For that one.
Okay, check now. There are screws inside of that what's name. Inside this, yes. Or there are screws here too. Okay.
It's not entering your waist.
It's not a
Kind of loose. Which one of them? Is it loose?
It's too tiny.
The
That's
space they created is bigger than
bigger than what that screw can.
It's too big.
It's too big.
The shoulder here is too big.
But is this thing at all?
No.
Like, can we the servo motors?
It's not staying there. Like it's not.
Is there no other?
There's no other screen.
What of that light?
It's not for this. Do we have another one? Let me show you.
You don't have any other bolt other than those, right?
Any other what?
You don't have any other screws other than that? David. Attach it to the shoulder. Just try and put it there. We'll come along. Yeah. So yeah, just fix it with that small something first.
Let someone do that.
Don't forget, don't tamper with your servos. Don't tamper with the shaft of your servo. Okay, group one, are we done? Let me see. No. I want to see your assembly. Yeah. Okay, we are fine.
They get to know directly from this place. So
Group 2.
Okay. School is not.
It's not. What is it?
The school is not entry.
No entry. You have to force it a little bit. Let me see. Is it too loose or too tight? Which one of them?
it is too tight for.
This one is too tight for me.
You try and force it a little bit. This thing is just like a plastic, so it will expand. You understand? So it will expand as you are screwing it. Do you get? It's not compulsory you do the 4 screws. You can pick 2 adjacent screws. Just this one.
Okay, this one is too tight. This is really
Is it? What's the issue?
It's not screwing
Either
inside.
too tight or too small.
Yeah, so people will break, so that they can be sure they have done something.
Group 1 is fine already. Sorry. Group 2 alpha. Okay, is that entry now? Group 3, have we been sorted? Alright. We have enough screws now, right? Okay. Oh Jesus. Hold on, group 3, hold on. You also have a servo at that joint. You also have a on at that joint. Yeah, before screw, you have on there. Let me see. Okay, we are fine. Alright now, other groups. Now let's go to our upper arm. Other groups, upper arm. This is your upper arm. Now, before you go to this arm, you also have a on at that servo. Now you see a particular star on, anyone you like. You can just pick the other ons. Let me show us. Hold on. Now other groups, kindly look up. Is either you use this or you use this. Whenever you are done attaching the servo to that shoulder, you want to attach this upper arm. Do we get? Yeah. So now is either we use this, you put this at the front of that servo, the other servo. Are we getting? That servo that you attach to the shoulder, you put either this or this, anyone as you like. Do you understand? So you now attach this to it. Let me go to that. Assembly. So do we get now? So you'll be having something like this. Can we all see? Anyone you like out of these two. You can either have this or you have this as well. Can we see this? Can we all see this? Group 3. Okay, I think group 3 is almost done. Yeah, this. Yeah. So have this. Group 1. Do we get? But while putting the ons there, be mindful and be careful. Don't go and tamper without your 0 degree you set already. Anyone you like, yeah. It will still do the same work. Because you're only having 2 O's to attach to it. So ensure you don't misplace your screws. I can see some jumper wires on the floor already. Don't tamper with your shaft while doing this. Don't tamper with your servos while doing this.
Yeah, the system went away. The system went up.
Okay.
Is that entering?
Let me see your screen. Bro.
Then ensure you balance it well. So that the place entering the on will be attached, well attached.
Look.
Okay. I think you should fix it on this first. So that you're able to screw the on to the servo itself.
Is there a hole here?
Yes.
Okay, it's fine.
We screw it directly to connect it.
Group 2, how are we doing about this? Okay. Whenever you've attached the arm, don't try and use your hand to move it. Okay, let me see the angle at which it will move. Just attach and leave. So that you don't tamper with your 0 degrees. Attach and leave.
We need something much more longer than this.
Much more longer. Is this one entering?
Like, much more longer
Than this. Hold on, the first question is this one not entering?
It's not empty, like it's just
like
past.
what's carriage? It's not entry. What's carriage?
Okay.
What's carriage job? A longer one.
Longer one.
Check this. There should still be a longer one.
Just check for the longer ones.
Look at the longer ones there.
Yeah.
It's for the small ones.
It's for the small ones actually. But I think you're having extras inside.
Check it down. Yeah, check it down.
Just try and use the ones you have for now. Just try and pick bolts out of it. Pick screws out of it. How are we doing? Group 1 is lagging behind again. What did they solve?
ẹ jẹ́ káwọn kan máa ṣiṣẹ́ káwọn kan máa ṣiṣẹ́.
I think group 3 is self-sufficient right now. They are just doing everything, going, flying.
Okay.
Group 3 is stopping the table once again.
Back to the table.
Yeah, glad to announce that Group 3 is stopping the table. I think Group 3 is giving Group 1 a great competition. That's fine. Yeah, it's very nice.
So once you are done with that one, they will just run one through that would send one back and one back.
Yeah, sure. Just hang around so that you need to project the code for them. Yeah. Don't forget what I said. Whenever you've attached it, just make sure you are fine with it. Attach and leave. Whenever you've attached your upper shoulder, just take a break with it. Yeah.
What's this? Yes, so it should be, okay, you're doing it. Yes, this, I guess this, was this like zero? Maybe you should run 0 again, let's see. Run 0 directly, let's see. Let's get 0.
David, that was the issue. Group 1. Group 2 is done as well. We are falling back again. I think the energy is too much for us, Abby. That's why we are falling back. We are feeling like we are top of the world. That's nice.
No. Just, this something is at 0. Okay, so keep it safe.
That has done their own upper arm. I would like us to play with the angles a little bit. Just try and run it maybe to 90, then go back to your 0. Do we get? Just run it to 90 and go back to 0. Let's see your angle of twist or something. Are we done? Group 1. Okay. We came third this session. Not bad. Now, Group 1, I said something to them there. I said, we've already attached this, right? Now, let's just play with the angles. Maybe run it to 90, run it to 80, to 180. I mean this particular stuff, the upper hand. Yeah, just connect it, run the angle, run to 90, then run back to your 0 whenever you're done. We just want to see the way you are twisting it. Do you get? Do we get? Alright. Let's be fast about that.
Once you don't reach your you stop.
I think they will be having issues. They want to pick some. Group 2, what's going? Just run in 90. Run in 90 first. Or yeah, run to 0 first. Run to 0 first. That's funny. Group 3 is still topping the table. Now let's hold on with you. Let's hold on with your palm. Then the lower arm. Let's hold on first. Let's hold on. Because we have to do some things now. I want group 2 to run the angles for me again. Group 1, mind you, group 3 is topping the table. No, I told you guys to do something. I told you to run the upper arm. Just play with it. Run to 90, run to 0 again. Let's see. Be careful, don't go and burn yourself home. Be careful, don't go and burn yourself home. Why doing this? Is it not? Group 1, group 2, we are waiting for you. What's going on?
I told you he's going to shoot us at It can't be because power. It can't power.
Who told you? Others are using the same thing.
Maybe they are using something.
No, they are not using power bank. They've stopped. Let me see. Are you using power bank for them?
Media.
Go to power bank.
They said they are stopped. They said it's open their stop. I beg them to them.
Use your power bank, but it's not supposed to.
They hold their peace. Yeah, just use your power bank. Alright, let's be composed. Let's be composed, please. Okay, group 1, the first runner up. Not fine, not bad. Group 3, I mean. No, just hold on. I think you people will be going on break soon. Group 2, what's the issue? This is plenty. Group 1, what's going on? Group 3 is taking the second position now. What's going on?
No, now the Sabo situation.
Yeah, I know. It doesn't still matter. That's why it's called a competition. The AGM I don't shake. AGM I don't shake. But this is the code for them, Abi. This is the code for running boats. Okay. Now, for everyone that is done connecting theirs, look at the projector here. Now, there's something we want you to do. You know, you've connected your base and you've connected your shoulder and your upper arm, right? So now, we want you to play with both of them like this now. Just try and type this on your Tony console. Type this particular code on your Tony console and try and control. Okay. So now make use of your own pin. You can play with your own GPIO pin. It's not compulsory to use 3 and 4. Do you understand? So now what? Yeah. Make use of your power bank module as well for powering. Choose any GPIO pins you want. Any pins you want. Use your own. It's not compulsory to use 3 and 4. So now for everyone that is done with theirs, just try and tap this code. We want to control both motors at the same time. So type this particular code on this projector right now.
How many motors are you
For now. 2 for now. Mate to female. Use your power bank module. Some people are needing cables. How are we doing? Male to what? Male to what do you need? Male to female. How are we doing this? Type this particular code and run it on your Tony console. Make sure your connection is correct. Then make use of your power bank module for your power source. Ensure you tap your VCC to your power rail, your ground to your power rail. Then you can tap your VCC and your ground from your power rail like that. Are we getting? You buy? Okay. Wow. You don't buy them? When?
Like this morning.
You freaking kidding? Who is it? Fast, please. Group 2, how are we doing? How's it going, group 1?
We are just waiting for our software parts.
Okay, I don't connect to the hardware, ba?
Yes.
Alright. No, it's fine, sir.
What for you, she said? Don't play. You don't like to come out and see on our day. Wow. Those 2 days.
So remove that one. Take this connector instead. Take this connector. No, it's that one something is wrong with this cable. Maybe it's the pin that's...
Pick another one from your show.
Maybe.
That's what I'm trying to say. Don't put on the same.
Don't let us play ground.
That power.
Right now, how are we going? What's it? Ensure your corrections are right. Then group one and group two is the first position right now. That's fine. Group two. Group two is done already. Other group. Let's be fast. So group two is on the top of the table now. Yeah. Group three alpha. Group two is done. How are we doing? Group 3 alpha.
Male to female.
Male to female. Is it okay? So group 2, congratulations. You've been able to finish the first aspect. It's one output. I think they disconnected the stuff the other time. Yeah, don't come out. Come out time. No, so you don't disconnect them the other time, so you know go do. Give them another power bank, go do, yeah. So don't go and spoil your power bank. Don't go and spoil your power bank just like Group 1 did just now. You disconnected your power bank. Yeah, don't go and do that like Group 1, please. That's fine. Okay, Group 1 came second. Group 3, what's going on?
zero now.
Why is Signal going to change?
This signal.
Why is it going to
Sorry, hold on. Have you run it? Is it not working?
I think it's not.
Okay, the power bank. Power bank. I think it's the power bank.
Sorry. Your power bank mode is dead.
I think it's the power bank.
Your power bank is dead. Let's get you another one. David. This people power bank safe is dead. It's don't come out.
What your
Until your
see make them dey very careful.
yeah. So try and run. Yeah. Okay. Group 3 is done as well. So now, I think we are done with the first part of controlling our robotic arm, right?
First part.
Yeah. We still have other joints to attach. So far, how's the experience? Group 1, any representative from us? Just kindly tell us how's the experience of building this robotic arm. Anybody? Yeah. Just talk about it. How's the experience? Very tough. So are you saying robotic is difficult?
No, it's not that difficult.
But what?
But
If to build this kind of robots can be added, it's going to be
What is it?
just imagine. You use one and one here.
Okay.
I don't tell how many
Okay, so I'm trying to engage us in a conversation like this now. So far, what's the experience with building this particular robotic arm? How do you feel?
it's been good so far.
Okay.
It requires, thinking ability just to.
I feel robotics is a field that requires consistency and hard work. You cannot just say you get there at the spot where you start. So you have to keep following the process, trust the process, as they always say.
Yeah.
Because if you say you want to skip steps or pass through shortcuts, you end up getting a bug.
Sure.
But with my wonderful team here, they've made this journey so easy. So I'll say this boot camp has got me new friends. It has connected me to them, and they are very intelligent people. They are very sort of intelligent. Thank you.
Okay. Hold on. So are you saying that with this little experience, you will be able to further yourself in getting to know robotics engineering?
Yes.
All right.
As far as I have the resources.
All right.
Yeah.
So you are saying you are very interested in robotics engineering?
Yes.
What about others?
No.
All right. Let's move on to group 2. So it's good to know you. Group 1. All right. To the leading team, group 2. Let's hear from us. Yeah, I can see you are displaying for us. Now, from anyone, how far is our experience? How far is our experience while building this robotic arm? How far is our experience while building this robotic arm? Anyone? Should I just pass it to anyone? Anyone that wants to speak? Cool. Why are you running away from this microphone, please? Alright, let's start with you. So how far is the experience building this robotic arm?
It's good.
Just good.
Like connecting of 3D printed materials to make a robotic arm has been good. The experience has been good.
And during the process, don't you feel like you want to give up? Maybe whenever you are doing it, it feels like okay, you're having issues.
At a point when we were trying to connect this one, it wasn't working. We had issue with the code, and we were not able to.
Yeah.
We were not able to make this. We are not able to make the thing rotate.
Okay.
Yeah,
So that's some of your problems, right? Okay, now so far, are you saying you enjoy robotics right now?
Yes.
Okay, so what can you say about your team in general?
We have a very, very good team.
All right.
And all of us are trying to our best to work on it together. Everybody is contributing his own part.
Okay, so that's good. It's nice meeting you, group 2. So I hope you'll be able to do well in the successive sessions as well. All right, that's fine. Let's move to group 3. Group 3. Group 3. It's from group 2. Group 3. Who can I give the mic to? All right, my brother, looking at you. Yes. So how far is the robotics session? How far is this building of this robotic arm?
It's been good, it's been interesting.
Put the mic at your mouth.
Okay, it's been good, it's been interesting.
Okay.
We're all learning, we're all gaining. So far, it has been an interesting journey.
You said interesting like it was easy. Was it easy
No,
throughout the process?
no, not really. It was challenging, exactly.
Okay.
It was challenging.
But do you love all these challenges?
Yes, at
Really?
least, yes.
So are you saying that if you encounter something much more difficult than this, you'll be fine with it? You'll be able to cope through the
it's okay now.
challenges?
Probably.
Probably.
Yes.
So are you telling me you give up soon?
No.
No?
No.
All right, that's fine.
Yeah.
So what can you say about your team in general?
We are doing well. We are, yes, and the
Best
teamwork
thing so
and the
far.
teamwork is very good.
All right.
Very good.
So now, in this concluded session, you came 3rd position. How do you feel about that?
We did come.
Really?
We've been
But what happened?
we've been topping.
Yeah, I know you've been topping the chart, but how do you feel right now?
The reason why we came third happens to be due to little glitches with our components.
Okay.
Not like we came third. We are done with the coding and the connecting the what's name, but due to little glitches, and that's what we are still currently fixing.
fine.
So that's the issue.
So are you saying whenever the session is done, you'll be able to come out first, right?
Sure now.
Sure. Okay, so these are no challenge for other group. Group 3 said they will top the chart.
We are doing well.
Yeah, so
Yo fam.
all right.
Empty bag make the loudest noise. Empty
All
bag
right,
make
group
the
1 is okay,
loudest
it's okay,
noise.
it's okay.
Continue
So are we
shouting.
saying we are enjoying all the sessions so far? All right, so I think we'll be. I shall attach another stuff.
Mr.
All right, everyone. I know we feel successful since we have been able to do all this, right? Group 1, please let's be composed, please. All right, I know that we feel successful since we are able to do this 4 sessions. Now, let's try and go to the next session. Are we ready for that? You know, you've opened some challenges towards each other, some bets, some, I don't know. You're like, okay, you come first, you come second and stuff. So are we all ready for this next session? Group 1, are we ready for this next session? It doesn't seem we are ready. Okay. What about group 2? Are we ready for this next session? All right. Group 3, what about us? You are not ready?
How about this power bank?
The power bank. Bring it, please. Bring it. Yeah, they'll just hold it. So dry on, please. Okay. So dry on. Okay, before we move on, please check all your power bank module. Is it well connected? Your power bank module. I've collected for some group. Check yours. Is it okay? If it's not okay, please kindly signify so that we can make some changes to that. We need squeeze. Okay, screw. What's that? Okay, that one's skeleton. Okay, that one is serious. Okay, we'll get across to you. Just please hold on. Hold on, please. Hold on. Group 1. Group 1. What's going on? What do we need?
Sir, the power source. Sir, the power source is just killing everything. Even my power bank, 20,000.
So you want to use
What night lights?
All right, please. Do that ASAP. So don't forget what I said. Kindly check your power bank modules. Ensure they are well connected. Check your power bank module and ensure they are well connected. Group 1. What about our power bank module? Are we fine with it?
Have you tried controlling it on hand?
No, they don't control me. Please, let's do everything we want to do ASAP so that we can continue. Organize yourself, connect everything you need, so that you won't tell me it's your table that made you came last. Oh. Then be careful with the servos, don't let them drop on the floor again, please. You still need power bank mode, right? What's in the do, David? Yeah. Please. We need them connected back. And also, I want us to take good care whenever we return your power bank module back to you. Please take good care of it. Don't disconnect it again, please. This one don't come out again. Bring it. David, fast.
I'm trying to connect the audio. Please let me unplug this machine.
Okay.
Equipment. We need to wire director up. We need to set up the director. Okay. Can you help us?
Okay, you want to set the director up for now. Right now.
Is it coming?
Please. Organize ourselves. Yeah, I've seen that. And that's the last session. We are still going on to a new session. We will give you back. We are still trying to solder it. Sorry.
New funk.
obviously be fast enough to set this up on that person. Are you getting? Yes, I will bring in a different people, including Mr.
Sir.
So, it's 5 days into your program. Can you say you have learned anything? Huh? Let me hear your voice now. Have you learned anything? That's great. That's great. Now, I have some questions for you. Do I need to make any sort of introduction? Is it necessary? It's necessary. Okay. My name is Adeyemi C. Aderinto. Have you heard that name before? And I'm here to support your robotics experience. So far, I want to believe you've been having a nice time around here. Do we have anyone here that has spent 5 days, truly 5 days, from day 1 to day 5? Wow. You guys are consistent. That's a secret of success. You spent 4 days, 4 days at least. 4 days, okay, we have some few percent. Do you have anyone that this is your first day? Your first day. Did he miss anything? What's your name? Michael. Michael, they say you miss a lot, so how will you catch up now? So, let me ask you some questions with all the experiences you've had. The question is going to be this way. With everything you've been doing, why do you think we are still unable to create some robotics, some things like this phone, okay? Things like a car, a real car. I'm talking about real cars now. What else? Give me more examples. Do I have a slide? Give me more example. Even ordinary calculator, right? What else? What about, give me the VR glasses, Mr. Daniel. The VR machine. Okay, what about even a charger? Or, have you seen, you must have been seeing this before. Yes. What about making something like this? The question is, why does it seem impossible? Why does it seem things like this, we cannot create it around here? Who can help me? Why do you think it happens? Why? Please get the microphone ready. I want good contributions today. I want good contributions. Where is the other microphone? Okay, who wants to tell me the why? Great. Let me start with you.
Money constraint.
Where is the streaming microphone? Money constraint? So, if do you all agree that it's money constraint? It's part, Abi. Oh, okay. Do we have any other idea? Hold the two together. Do you have any other thing that you think might be the reason why we are unable to create things like this here?
Yeah. I feel the willingness of people to do it is not there. Some people. Most people. Money
constraint, willingness. Okay. Who has another thing aside money constraint and willingness? Don't go yet.
The reason why is because the young children, the young inventors that have the idea, we don't develop the skill in them because some of our parents.
Help me to note those things down. Money constraints.
Development of skills.
The willingness, the passion for it. Okay. So
development of skills.
The development of the skills, like
yes,
training
yes.
for it.
Yes. Because there are some students that knows more about robotics that they don't have the opportunity to meet some people for them to support them, for them to boost the idea.
They already know.
They know it too, but they just need help.
They need.
Yes.
Very good. What's your name?
Promise.
Promise. And your name?
Flourish.
Please write the point. Who is writing for me? Write what they mention and write their name in front of it. I'm coming back to you. Promise, right?
Flourish.
Okay, Flourish. Great. Let me have yours.
I think a lot of people are not into robotics because there is no market value for it in Nigeria.
There is no market value for it in Nigeria. Great. That's another one. Your name?
Richard.
Richard. Who is writing the list? Who is writing? Who is taking notes? He is taking the notes. Great. So, your name, please.
Richard.
Richard. Good. Oh, yeah. I will come to that side now.
Most people in the society does not know the importance and the validity of knowing about robotics. They don't know what things that it can pave way for. And also, they don't know that it can help to improve the society.
They don't know what robotics is capable of doing to the society, right? Great. Okay. All right. Then, please. Your name? Ezekiel. Ezekiel, people don't know what robotics can do to the society. Moyi, have you noted that? Ezekiel, good.
My own points here are based on Nigeria. Actually, we have 40 education, family background, society pool, governmental policy and social media propaganda. They are the factor affecting us here in Nigeria.
Factor affecting us? Affecting us
Like
in what area?
In robotics aspects, robotics and electronic.
You mentioned something family.
Yes, family background. So,
Okay, how do you think family background affects? That's interesting.
I once had an experience when I was small. I used to watch all these tech words, so I had knowledge of building all these robots then. But my brother, anytime he sees me doing all those stuff, he considers me as a stupid boy. So he usually throw it away. That's made me lose interest in it.
Wow.
So,
wow.
But now I'm coming back.
Your interest is now ignited.
Now igniting back.
Mr. Daniel, thank you. Okay, your name, please. Abdulaziz.
Okay, I also want to contribute that
Your name first.
Salami Aziz.
Okay.
So all these problems all stems from the lack of proper information and lack of proper connection. So if not for our connections with some other institutes and the right connections, nobody would have known about this kind of program that we are having here. So it all stems from the lack of information and the lack of connection.
How do you know about this robotic exercise today?
Yeah, I learned because I was back home and I came back on Saturday. I learned about this program.
You came from where?
Lagos.
Lagos.
So
great.
I'm a student here.
Oh,
so I learned about this program on Monday itself from my friend. Where is he? Abdul Malik.
Oh, great. Okay.
So I learned it from him.
Wow, and you left Lagos to come here for this?
Yes.
Somebody said because of lack of passion. So we have people that has passion, yet we still cannot produce these things. Aha. All right. There is someone raising a hand. Please give it to her. Good.
I would say lack of infrastructure, such as electricity, power, and internet connection.
She has finished it. Oh, your name?
Maimunat.
What?
Maimunat.
Maimunat. Okay. Lack of infrastructure, internet, and the likes. Let me have yours.
Yes, sir. I'm Ayomide.
Okay.
So I think the major reason why we are unable to produce advanced projects like this is the lack of needed materials to produce them.
Materials, equipment.
To produce them. Because I can remember one of our classes, we were saying we have to import most of this material. So if the problem of importation such that we're able to produce the devices here, like this Pico now, we have to import them. So if we have the right materials needed to make the raw materials here in Nigeria, we'll be able to produce advanced devices.
Wonderful. Your name again?
Ayomide.
Please, Moyi, Ayomide, importing those materials. Great. Hi, Daniel, the youngest. Oh yeah, give us your own.
The lack, I think, is with the lack of knowledge to know the how to get the material.
The lack of knowledge, how to put these things together, right? Great. We will hold it there. Those are the whys. Those are the whys. Let's see some examples here that if those why could be taken care of, what are we going to achieve? Can you see this beauty? What's this? A Tesla car. Do you believe that is this same knowledge that you are acquiring, when you get it in detail and you get it in full, you will be able to use the same knowledge to achieve something like this? You agree to that? Wow, that's wonderful. So there is no limitation in your mind already. Because look at it, what do we have here? We have plastics, we have clothing to cover electronic parts, all right? And inside the electronic parts, there are some programming that has been done in it. That's all. Now you learned a little of the programming, Python, right? You've done much with the electronics, correct? And then you have the 3D machine to make it happen. So if all of these things you have mentioned could be solved, do you think you will create beautiful things like this? Are you sure? If SQI could solve it for you, will you create it? Yes. Okay, this side will create it. Yes. This side, Inko? Yes. You don't know whether your yes today will make it happen. And you are not saying that yes very well there. Yes. Oh, yeah, say it, let me hear now. Yes. Great. So now, with all these things we've mentioned, okay, maybe we should look at more inventions. This is the VR glass we've spoken about. And then this is a robot. There is nothing hard with this. You're already doing something that looks like the hand. You can come back next day and do the other side of the arm. You can come and create the head, create the chest, create the legs, and then you have a robot working. Then you program it the same way you've been programming this one that is moving. Is this impossible? Is this impossible? No. Of course, no. It is not impossible. So you have mentioned the challenges that could cause all of this. Can we go to the list of the challenges that we might have? The list of the equipment and the likes? Great. So, for you to make those things happen, you will need equipment like this. You will need the knowledge of how to. You will need materials to feed this equipment. You will need stable power, such as this, and then probably you will need money. What's his name again? Money, right? You will need funding. So now, let's see how much of this has been taken care of now. Let's see how much of this has been taken care of. When we talk about equipment and tools, we talk about 3D printers that can make you create any part, any robotic part that you want to create, anything. You design it in Fusion 360 and you make it happen like this. With what you have done today, you have learned, at least on Monday, you learned how to use Fusion 360, right? Very good, to a very large extent. Now, what you design in Fusion 360, you have used the 3D machine to create it. So that part is taken care of. So if you are given access to this machine, that anytime you have an idea, you can come and print it here. Will that solve something? Yes, sir. Are you sure? Yes, sir. So that's one part, right? Yes, then that's the body. That's making the body part of robotics. But what about the electronic part of robotics? Have you seen the board in your phones before? Yes. The boards in your computer? Yes. Do you know that you can create the same thing here now at SQI in Ogumosho? Do you know? You don't know, right? Yes. That's what this machine right here is doing. Have you seen this before? You did not use it during your training, right? But that's exactly what this machine is doing. That machine just created this. Now, what else? Do I have something more? Something more that has been created. Any circuit board? Oh, great. All right. Aha, great. Let me just show this to some of you. Do you see this? Can you see this? This was created here the week before you arrived. And it was only used to test the workability. You know, when you connect this to your computer, does it look like what you used to see on the motherboard of your computer and your phone? Does it look like it? Exactly. It's this same electronic board that you can use on any robotic part. Aha, so power also has been solved. So what do you have left? Can anybody tell me? What do you think is equipment that will be made available for you now. So it's the willingness and the passion and to learn the intricate. Now, see what you've learned in a week. Everybody listen to this. Imagine what you have been able to learn in a week. Now, imagine you doing this every day for 1 year. What do you think you will become after a year? You will become Elon Musk. What else will you become? What you have done today, I would say, is like nursery school. But you are going to master's level after 1 year. You're money. You are telling him that I have invented something. That if we had your money to mass produce it, we'll sell it to even China. And times 5 your investment in 3 years. By that time, you will need to beg for funds. Are you seeing that now? You will not need to beg for it. It doesn't have to even be your uncle. It could be any rich man around that you have connection with. You can talk to your pastor. Pastor, please help me to talk to this rich man in the church. I want to show him this. And you say something nice like that. The rich man will tell you, let's meet in my office tomorrow. Don't you think that's possible? That's very possible. So the first thing you need, with all of these things that is available for you here, the first thing you need is no longer money. It's to, first of all, make something happen. Make something happen. We call such thing prototypes. So you have what you need to build prototypes. Now, we call it, what other names do we? For 500 million for mass production. But until somebody sees something, who will want to give you such kind of money? Are you getting what I'm talking about? So that is why, even in your robotics class at SQI for that 1 year, you will also be trained on how to pitch your product. When you have your MVP ready, you will be trained on how to pitch it, negotiate, because something new will begin to crop up, right? Aha. So don't forget, immediately after this gathering, you want to make inquiry. For now, see, robotics is very, very expensive to make something like this happen. Eh? They are not free. Are you getting what I'm talking about? Very, very expensive. But SQI wants to ensure we encourage, if we can continue to do it for 1 year for free, we will do it for you. Are you getting what I'm talking about? But if it cannot be totally free, then how low can it go? So much more that you will be able to partake in this thing. So for now, there is 50% off to encourage. You say passion. So SQI is encouraging you with everything you ever need to be able to make this thing happen. We want to see you creating the things that Elon Musk is creating. We want you to do it. So make sure you talk to them immediately at the front desk to ask about it. At least have the knowledge. Somebody came from Lagos. You know what that means? 4 hours journey. And he has to pay for transport to get here. That's a lot. That's big enough. So make effort. And that effort might be the only thing you need to be able to make this breakthrough. Are you with me? So now, this is what we are going to do. I am going to work with Mr. Daniel to introduce some of this equipment to you. And while we go on to do that, you know, you have all mentioned the things you need to be able to make this happen. You mentioned money, you mentioned equipment, you mentioned materials, you mentioned power. But you forgot to mention something. If you are here today with nobody to guide you, will anything happen? Aha. So is it good to meet your instructors that volunteer to guide you on these things today when you are doing your mentioning? So do you want to appreciate your instructors? Do you know their names? Huh?
There's an echo.
Mention their names, let me hear you. Number 1, Mr. Daniel. Okay. Mr. David. Mr. Damilare, great. Mr. Moyi, great. Faith. Who is bearing fantabulous? Whose name is that? You? That's great. Appreciate your instructor one more time, everyone. That's wonderful. So, I am going to be asking some questions from Mr. Daniel about this equipment. So you have knowledge of what you are capable of achieving with this equipment and even much more. All right? So by now, I expect one of the cameras to be with us here. Okay, so let's start with the CNC machines. Mr. Daniel, everybody listen. If you need to take notes, make sure you take notes and be ready to ask questions. So we are starting with CNC machines. Please tell us about CNC machine in general, then about this robotic machine, and what we expect to be able to achieve in general when it comes to this.
All right, so let's see again anyway. So CNC machine, I believe we got to a point where we mentioned CNC machine, and CNC is actually an acronym that stands for Computer Numerical Control. Can we say that? All right, so what does that mean? So now if you look at your welder at home, how many of you have seen a welder working before? You've seen them cutting discs, cutting sheets with their cutting discs and everything. So now all those machines are manually operated, okay? You need to set the speed, you need to take them to where they need to be, you need to move them around before the cutting tool works on your material. So when we talk about computer numerical control, we are eliminating the human input in the process of the manufacturing of a particular product. So that means your computer generates numeric codes. Those numeric codes are responsible for controlling the tool or your machine to do whatsoever you want it to do. And now there's a lot of possibility that lies with that, because that means you can do things faster, you can do things with better precision and accuracy in the manufacturing process. So you don't end up manufacturing a part and be like, why is it this? Why is it this?
Maybe an example like aerology. How many of you have seen aerology?
Yeah, definitely.
You've seen it, Abby? We did it here.
So if you need to work with them, you basically have your design, your computer, you generate the numeric code from your computer, that goes into your C. Yeah, you got the name right, you can appreciate him. So that's reality. So this is your Creality Ender 5, that's just a maker, okay? The maker is Creality, but this is a 3D printer. So the 3D printer is also a computer numerical controlled machine because you are generating G codes from your computer that this machine interprets. So that's 3D printing, and 3D printing, as you can imagine, brings a lot of possibilities, okay? You have something designed on your computer, and in the next couple of hours, you have that finished product ready. I'm talking about 3D printing. 3D printing brings new possibilities in the complexity of your design that are possible. So now you can make things that are more complex, not just things that are prismatic. You can make things that have irregular shapes, and your 3D printer is able to handle those kind of complexities in your design. So apart from 3D printers, actually we have a lot of 3D printers, and most people get to know only about what we call the FGM printers. But apart from the FGM printers, you have the SLA printer, which uses a different technology. It's also a CNC machine. You have the SLS printing machine, and so on and so forth. All of them are 3D printers of some kind. Now to the next CNC equipment, we have what we call a CNC mill. Can we say CNC mill?
CNC mill.
Can we say CNC mill?
CNC mill.
All right, so what's the meaning of a CNC mill? Why do we need a CNC mill when we have a 3D printer? Your 3D printer uses what we call additive manufacturing. Can we say additive manufacturing?
Additive manufacturing.
So additive manufacturing means you have your material and then you are adding it, okay? You are adding it layer by layer. And that's basically what this guy does from your experience with it. So you have a filament and then you are adding it bit by bit until you get your final product. Now CNC mill does the opposite of additive manufacturing. It does what we call subtractive manufacturing. So that means you bring in a block of material, okay? So let's say, come in, let me pick out something here. All right, this is a good one to demonstrate that. So if you need to, say you need to machine this now from a CNC mill, you bring in something that is just a rectangular box, a cuboid, okay? But then this thing is not just a cuboid, right? It has round edges. There are holes inside. There are depressions on this side. So the CNC mill does subtractive manufacturing. You give it a block, it removes the place where you don't need material, and then you have the finished product that looks
Which
like
means it cuts some parts out.
Exactly.
So that you can fix maybe your rotors and the likes into it.
Exactly.
Great.
So that's basically what the CNC mill does. So now, CNC mills are the kind of materials that are available for this kind of manufacturing. If you look on that list, you see what I call a CNC router. Okay. What we call a CNC router. Yeah, it's similar to what the CNC mill does. So now when you're using your 3D printer, there are a lot of materials you can work with. Material is another thing that when it comes to manufacturing, what kind of materials are available to you. When you're using your 3D printer, you have a wide range of material from your regular plastics to carbon reinforced plastics, even up to metals. Can we say metal?
Metal.
Is that something magical? The fact that you can print out metallic materials. Okay, it's very, very, very interesting. And now when it comes to your CNC mill basically works with different types of material, also including plastic. You can also work with wood, you can work with metals of different kind, up to the strongest metals, titanium, steel, etc., etc. So those things are not far-fetched. You just need to acquire the skills that you need to be able to interface with those machines. And once those machines, you already said we're already bridging that gap for you right here at SQI. And you have your design, you can come around and get your CNC design milled. All right, so a CNC router is similar to a CNC mill. I'm not going to really talk so much about that again. Another CNC equipment is what we call a CNC lathe. How many of us have heard of what is called a lathe machine? I believe local manufacturers make use of it a lot, all right? Okay. So if you look at the lathe machine is, most of the ones you would have seen around, I can be 98% confident about this. Most of the ones you have seen around, they are actually manual, okay? So that means you need to set the position of the drill, the cutting tools, etc., etc. But then when you have a CNC mill, that process, or a CNC lathe, that process is automated. So CNC basically brings in automation to the manufacturing process so that you can have better precision and better accuracy in your manufacturing process. So that's a lot. That's that about CNC manufacturing. We have them over and over. We have CNC drills, etc., etc.
What about the laser?
Yeah, fantastic. The laser machine is also another CNC equipment. So
How many of you have heard about the laser CNC machine
acrylic.
before? Okay,
But
great. And did you use it during your training? You didn't use it during your training, right?
What?
Okay, Mr. Daniel is to blame for that. So after the whole training, hold Mr. Daniel. Because there is actually the CNC laser machine as well. As well here, which can help you to create things like this. Okay, and an example, it can also help you with engraving. An example is what you have here. So probably it's because it's just a week training. If it had been more, you would have been able to use more of those machines. Please, you can proceed.
All right, so we are talking about the CNC laser, all right? So that's something, the laser is actually a cutting tool. How many of you know what a laser is, all right? You know you can use a laser to actually cut through very strong materials, including metals. All right, so now you have a design that is planar, okay? And by planar, it means it's something that is two-dimensional, something like this board I'm holding up in my hand. This is transparent. You will see that from the back. Something like this board I'm holding in my hand, okay? It's a planar object. It doesn't have a very complex 3D geometries. So when you have a planar design like this, you can basically pick out your knife, right? And trace out the geometry you want on the flat paper. So now instead of you picking out a knife, which I know many artisans do, instead of picking out a knife, you use a CNC laser, a laser cutting machine. So you just need to put in your material. It can be anything, plastics, metal, etc., etc. And then your laser does the cutting job, all right? So now you are not cutting it with your knife or with any other cutting tool that you might have. You have a precision tool, which is working based on the laser technology that is able to cut very, very cleanly through your material. And then you can have a finished product like this. Now, this is something that we actually cut. I think we did this week, all right? So it was, normally it's just a very wide board, and then we needed this geometry. Put it under your laser machine, and then you have the laser cut out this exact geometry for you. And maybe this is a gist for tomorrow. This is one of the things you'll be using to build your mobile robot tomorrow.
So which means instead of buying this in the market,
exactly,
because of those machines, we could make it. Because of not just the 3D machine, but the CAD software as well.
Yeah.
We could make this instead of buying it. You did this by yourself. I think you did this together, right? You printed this together, right? Great. So you designed and printed it. So it's different from buying it in the market and assembly. That's a little level. That's a kindergarten level.
Yeah.
So this is a higher level where you design by yourself and then you actually create those objects out here. So that's I think, a lot more better level. Please proceed.
All right, so now I should move on to other equipment outside the CNC realm.
Okay, all right. So which one do we go to next? That's about the electrical parts of a robot, all right? So what are the machines we have here for electrical and power for a robot?
All right, so right here I have what we call an oscilloscope. I always say the word oscilloscope. Hey, oscilloscope. All right. So I believe, this is something that would have been mentioned in your physics class in secondary school. How many of us had that from secondary school? You had the word oscilloscope from your secondary school. Great. So but I am not sure you saw one. Yeah. So what do you need this for? This is basically used in the process of electrical design. Can we say electronic design? All right. So how many of you can see current? I can see current with my eye. Raise up your hands. All right. Nobody can see current. But you can see your bolts and your nuts, right? You can see the 3D printed parts. But you cannot see voltage. Can you see voltage with your eye? No. So this tool is a visualization tool in your electronics design, in your electronic circuit. You need to read voltage levels. You need to see, okay, how is the current, what's the nature of the current flowing through this particular component in my electronics design. So this helps you to see, right? So it's like a way for you to see inside the electronics world. So you can plot whatsoever is happening on your board and see visually on this screen. I hope you can see a screen from the back. All right? So you basically see the voltage levels. You basically also see, basically any kind of reading you want to take, any quantity, you can see them displayed on your oscilloscope. And now we have a means by which you can actually see into the electronics world.
It's like the human body has electrical signals running through it. Yeah. Can we check the electrical signal running through this man?
Which of them?
This one.
Yeah, it's possible to do that.
And we see it in the oscilloscope?
Yeah, so apart from the oscilloscope, you need a device that can actually read the voltage levels, because those voltage levels are very, 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 very small. They are probably in the millivolts or even lower than that. So once you have a sensor that can actually read that, there's a name, those sensors are called EMG sensors, are able to read signals that are happening in your brain, the spikes and all of those voltage happening in your brain. And once you get that signal, because the voltage level is very low, you can amplify it, and then you can actually have it displayed.
Why do we have this connected to this at this moment?
All right, so before this was going to show you, you were learning about pulse width modulation, right? Yeah, so, and then it was showing you the square waves on the screen, okay? So once the circuit is completed, what you would actually be seeing here is the actual square wave, okay? You are not just going to be seeing that square wave on the screen. You actually see the square wave, what's happening from your pupil, the pulse width modulation signal coming out from your pupil. You can see it plotted directly on your screen.
On the screen.
Yeah, and you can use that to do things like debugging your
circuit. So what's the benefit of having such during your electronic works? What's the benefit of having this?
Yeah, so this becomes very, very, very useful the more you go deep into electronics design, because now you need to troubleshoot circuits. You need to see what's happening inside each component. So once you don't have this, it's going to be a lot of trials and error before you figure out what is wrong.
An example of a trial and error?
You make guesses. This component is safe. You throw it away. You buy another one. The connection is not good enough. You throw that away. You get another connection. So before you know it, you are going to have to try a lot of times, or you might even dispose things that are actually still useful. But if you have this, you can actually troubleshoot your circuits better, and then make the design process much faster. Another thing is, it's very useful in what we call design. Okay, design is not all about drawing and painting and all of that. In engineering, design means you are trying to get the numbers. What numbers do I need to put together to make this thing work? So you are trying to figure out, let's say your capacitor now, and then you have your resistors and everything. You need to read values, quantities. You need to use them in your design process. This helps you to read them very, very easily, and just have a faster iteration in your design process.
Okay. So when it comes to power, trying to know the exact power of what is going on inside the electronics, whether voltage, current, or whatsoever, I need the oscilloscope to be able to measure that.
Exactly.
All right. Okay. So what about this? What do we use this for? If you have any question, before we move on, do you have any question? Okay. Right. Okay. Let me give you first. I'll wait for Fantabulous.
Sorry to go back. Like, I want to ask, what's the difference?
Put the microphone to your mouth.
The laser machine, no,
the laser machine.
The laser and the laser and the CNC milling. Like, what's the difference? They both work.
What's the difference between the laser and the CNC?
And the CNC mill.
Mill, okay.
Yeah,
they both cut, right?
Both cut,
good.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So that's an interesting question, because both of them are, in a way, a kind of subtractive process. Now look at this. I was showing you this an example of something you might want to CNC mill, right? Now, when you are trying to cut this layer, you want to cut it down to maybe 3 millimeters or maybe 5 millimeters down, okay? Now, your CNC mill can undo that, because your CNC mill can control how far the drilling tool or the cutting tool goes into the material, okay? But if you have a laser machine, your laser machine doesn't have a limit of how far the tool goes. It's going to cut through, okay? So if you need to do something like this, you just want to cut down 3 mm or 5 mm. You don't put it under a laser machine. You put it under the laser machine, it cuts through the whole thing, and then you have nothing. So you only want to use your laser machine when the object can be reduced to something that is 2-dimensional. Is that okay? And then if your object is still 3-dimensional, your CNC mill is still able to undo that. So even though both of them can cut, they do it in different ways, and they have different capabilities.
So which one would we say is better between the two?
Yeah, so the CNC mill, I would say, is better because you can do more interesting things on your CNC mill, not just 2-dimensional objects.
Even though the laser sounds fascinating.
Yeah, the lasers are fascinating. Number one, they are faster. So if you need to get this, you can get this entire thing. It should be between 1 minute to 2 minutes. You already have this part cut out.
That's the benefit of using the laser. Exactly. It's faster.
It's much faster. And then it's preferred for some materials. if you need to cut this kind of acrylic, it's much better. If you need to engrave, your laser machine is also much more useful in engraving and all of that.
But they are not limited by materials. You can cut metal, plastic, using any of the CNCs.
Yes, they are not limited by materials.
Great. That's great. Do we have any other question before we move on? Okay, Moyi, please.
So basically, it's a question of logic, and I'm just looking to solve is 50% of S squared. Is there a limit to the 3D printer? What's the limit?
The limit in terms of size?
Yes, I think complexity.
Of course, okay.
Does it have
The size.
All right, so limit just in terms of size, right?
Yes.
Okay, so technically there's no limit in terms of size. As long as you are ready to invest in what it takes to have a machine that big. The shocking news is today, right now, as I'm speaking, we have 3D machines that are able to print houses.
Print houses?
Yes.
Now, that was where I was going to actually. I wanted to say, why not get a 3D printer that print another? So 50% of, I mean, I'm a problem.
And then you...
Some 50% of S price.
Maybe I would say it's because 3D printer is more than just printing the 3D printer. Because there are so many other things in it as well.
All right, so you can't just say, I want to print a 3D printer, and then you pass a file to a 3D printer, and then you wake up the next morning and you pull out a 3D printer. So there are many other things on the 3D printer apart from the mechanical parts. You have the electronics, you have the sensors, you have all of those things that are actually there that makes it help. So what can happen in the line we are talking is you can print parts of the printer. Hope you're following. You can print part of the printer that you need, all right? I actually know a manufacturer that does that. Their printers, they actually have some of those parts printed in their facility. So it's a manufacturing process. It's very fine. You can use your 3D printer to make parts for other printers. Exactly. So what I'm saying is, it's not just the material you are printing that's not the only thing that makes up the printer itself.
That's great. Any other question? Okay, let's proceed then. All right, so what about this? What does it do?
All right, so this is a spot welder. So if you look at your decks, I believe every one of you has a battery. Do you have a battery on your decks or a battery pack? Okay. It's right somewhere. Okay, but you used it yesterday, so I believe you used it yesterday.
Okay, pass one. Great. Okay, I think this is one right here.
All right, thank you. So now, what you have here, you have cells, okay? When you put cells together, you are building a battery already. Now, you want to build your own battery for your own applications, for your own design, okay? Now you are building a different equipment or a different device. It needs power source, it needs to be powered with a battery. Now, the traditional thing is you go out there and you're going to look for a battery that serves the purpose. And most of the time, you have to make compromise in your design decisions in terms of, okay, what should be the capacity of the battery? What should be the output voltage? Now, you don't need to make those compromises again when you are making your design decisions, because now you can actually build your own battery from scratch. Okay. And now, when you look into those batteries, what you find them is actually these same cells that you've been working with and playing with. These are called lithium cells. Can we see lithium cells?
Lithium cells.
So let me advise you, when you get home, open your laptop, just bring out the battery pack, open it up, and then check whether you're going to find these lithium cells inside it. You've seen it before, all right? So I know you'll be very good at breaking things up. So now HP took these lithium cells, they bought it from a manufacturer, they assembled those cells, and now they have a battery that is responsible for powering your laptop. So you can also do the same thing. You don't need to rely on already built batteries to get power supply for your applications. You can build out your battery pack from scratch, right from the cells that the same manufacturers that you would have bought the battery from. The same thing they are using to make their batteries, you can use the same thing to build your battery from scratch.
Okay.
So what we have here is actually a tool that is used in the assembly process. Okay. So what is done traditionally is that people resort to what we call a soldering iron and the soldering lead to weld their batteries together. That doesn't make sense. Sometimes you have this battery conducting up to 20 amps, which is a lot of current. So we have materials that are specially designed for that. For those of you that have opened up your laptop battery, apart from the battery, you are going to see something that we call a nickel strip. The nickel strip is I don't know if you can see it from there, but the nickel strip is basically this. When you open up your battery, you're going to find this nickel strip. Okay? You might not be able to see it in detail, but when you open it up, you're going to find something like this. So this spot welder is used in welding the nickel strip to the terminals of your battery. So maybe I'm just going to do one now. Some of you saw a fire the last time. Come on. You were wondering what happened. So I said, this is called a spot welder. So that means it performs the function of welding, but it doesn't weld. This doesn't weld like your normal welders. Like, hold this for me. Hold this.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, you may come around if you want to see. So this is like the minimum version of.
All right, so this is the minimal version of what you want to do in that process. So this doesn't weld like your normal welder welding stick or your half welder or your MIG welder. So now once I put a contact here, okay, I need to power this on. Great. So this is just a portable tool you can use for manufacturing your own battery packs as well. All right, so this is going to get firing now.
That's all.
And now you have something soldered or welded to the terminals already.
So
fast, yeah, very fast.
Far better than using a soldering machine.
So no need of any solder.
Yes.
You don't have to put any solder here.
Don't let it solder you to the.
Don't let this weld you. So you don't need to, you don't need to apply solder to the terminals, all right? So when you look at your battery pack at home, you won't see solder all around. So that's because they have actually been welded to the nickel strip using something like this.
All right. So you may go back to your seat, and if you have any question, let me know. Any question as we proceed? Give me microphone.
If you need to remove this,
give me microphone first.
Okay.
Oh yeah. What's the question? Why is this microphone so low?
All right, so how do you undo this process? Now, what you've basically done when you did this is that you've melted a particular metal on another metal. It's a permanent joint of some kind, all right? So you cannot, if you keep applying welding, you're actually still melting more metal. Well, if you continue for a long time, maybe you are very radical, maybe you can melt a lot of them, but the best thing to do is to apply first. So maybe I'm just going to undo that. So if you pull up enough, you're going to have it.
That's your Ctrl Z.
Right? So it's not really that hard to remove.
Okay. So, shall we go on to the next one?
All right. So,
pay attention. Take your notes. Don't let this be a wasted class. Take your notes.
So far we've been talking about power supply. We talked about power supply while we're talking about the battery. But now it's not every time you need a power supply, you're going to just go out there and find a battery that is able to supply. Maybe you need 9 volts tomorrow. Tomorrow you need 5 volts. The day after tomorrow you need 2.8 volts. All right. We keep
until you know what you need exactly for your MVP.
Exactly. So while you're in the design process, you're trying to figure out, okay, what should my power supply be like? All right. So this is a desktop power supply. So basically what this guy can do is this guy serves like a battery for you. You can connect it to an AC outlet and you can get DC voltage out from the terminals.
Any value
of DC voltage, all right? From 0 to almost 50 volts, and you can get up to, I believe this should be able to handle up to 5 amps.
So I believe instead of having to change batteries, to do a lot of testing, you won't need to do that. You just be adjusting the voltage here.
So you basically you're able to play with a wide range of voltage value while you are still prototyping, while you're still working on your design, including 5.1, 5.15, those kind of
so when you are now certain of the voltage that works for you, you can now go ahead and build a battery
a different power supply
for that. Wow, that's great. That's great. The name again.
All right, this is a desktop power supply. Okay.
A desktop power supply.
Or a desk power supply. Basically means it's on your desk.
Okay. So what about this old man here?
Yeah, this is an old man here. This is also an oscilloscope, but the only difference is this is an analog oscilloscope. So I believe some of us would have actually seen the analog oscilloscope from our physics lab, for those people that have worked with an oscilloscope before. But now it's no longer an analog age, it's more of a digital age. And now we've shifted or we've moved ahead to working with a digital oscilloscope. instead of an analog oscilloscope. So the difference between these two majorly is this one has an LED display, all right? This one has a LED display. Why this one is using a cathode ray tube, okay? Something like your old television. How many of those have seen cathode ray tube TVs before, yeah? So this one has that kind of display, very black and white, single color or monochrome. This one you can have multiple colors on your display.
Wow, that's great. Okay, so let's come around here. Let's talk about this guy here.
All right, so this is a very, very big one. Even much more interesting than the 3D printer. If you're looking at it from there, you see it very small and tiny, but it's something that is very, very critical in your design process. So what we have here is called a PCB printer. Can we say PCB printer? Can we say PCB printer? Right, so let me explain to you what the manufacturing process for PCBs look like. So let's say you are very good at PCB design. You design your PCB today, and you need to use your PCB for your design. You need to use it to test. What you do is you send it to China, okay? You send it to a manufacturer in China, okay? This is my design. I want you to make this PCB for me. And then you wait for at least, let's say 2 weeks before you get your PCB back to you in Nigeria. And then when your PCB comes back to you in Nigeria, that's when you can now go ahead and do your test. If conditions are not so favorable, let's say you made a mistake in your design process. That means you need to go and wait for another 2 weeks before you get another design. And then 2 weeks again before you get another design. And that's very, very slow process of iteration kind of dampens your energy when you're building stuff. It kind of makes it very, very difficult. It makes it even more expensive. Because when you're sending to China, you can't just get one. You get like at least maybe 5 or 10. That's even at the minimum. And now if that has faults, the 5 of them is already a waste. So what we have here is something that kind of expedites that process, makes it faster. It's a PCB printer. You have your design now. You no longer need to send it to China. You can bring it right to this printer, send it the file to it, and you can have your design printed on your circuit board or any substrate. So now you've been using what we call a breadboard so far. In case some of you still wonder what a PCB is, it doesn't look like you'll get what I'm talking about yet. What's this? Okay, this is your breadboard. Your breadboard is only useful for prototyping when you're still trying to figure out how to build your circuit. I'm sure you've never opened a phone and then you find a breadboard inside. That will never happen. So when you're going from prototyping to finished product, you need a circuit board. It becomes very, 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 very important. So this guy makes that process possible because now you no longer need to wait on overseas manufacturers to design your PCB, to get your PCBs manufactured. We can have it printed right here at SQI.
So this is an example?
Yeah, this is an example of a very complex board. This is a microcontroller. So the same things that boards like this, the same thing that is done on boards like your microcontroller, your Raspberry Pi Pico, this PCB printer can also handle the same thing.
Did you hear that? This exact same thing you've been using for your project. You cannot design your own. This board, the same board in your phone, you cannot design your own. Yeah. In your laptop, you cannot design your own. There is the same board even in your keyboard. All right, almost any robotic or electronic machine, you will need this board in it. So you can now create your own and then make it happen using this machine. All right? Okay. Would that be all about it?
Yeah, so there's something even more interesting about this. How many of you have soldered before? You've done soldering before, all right? Is it very easy? Is that an easy process? All right, so the ones you've even the ones you've done are very, very simple. There are things we call surface mounting devices. Now, if you look at your Raspberry Pi Pico, you can see the pins on the leg of the chip. They are very, very tiny. So for those of you that have soldered before, can you solder that chip? It's almost impossible, all right? For those of you that have soldered before, I'm very sure you played with probably true components. Those ones are still very easy. When it comes to soldering surface-mounted devices, it's a more challenging process. So this is not just a PCB printer, okay? This is different from what the Chinese manufacturer will just give you a board, and then you have to start putting the components on it. This guy also does PCB assembly. So once you are done printing, every single component that you need on your board, this machine can automatically do the reflow. So it dispenses the solder paste. You don't need to do the soldering again. It dispenses the solder paste on the board where you need the solder paste, exactly where you need the solder paste. You bring every single component you need, place it on it. It doesn't even need to be accurate because it can pull it in. Once you place the component on it, the guy does the rest of the thing, and what you have as your output is actually a board with all the components already soldered. So it's beyond Yeah, this is an example.
Oh,
but
good.
yeah, this was shown to you earlier. Okay, but in case you're wondering what...
Okay, so this was actually made here.
Exactly, this was made here.
Yes, yes. Great.
So beyond making your PCB, this guy also handles the assembly of your PCB board, making it even a more fluid and fluent process.
So we've looked at the CNC and the PCB machine. What do you think is left to make a complete robot? What do you think is left? We've talked about power too. What else? What about you still have to tell it what to do. How do you tell it what to do? The programming, very good. Maybe you have wondered how a rocket could leave Earth and be able to navigate its way to the moon. You think somebody is driving it. Meanwhile, the moon and the Earth are two moving objects. So which means if I leave Earth now, I won't find the moon where it is as at the time I left Earth. By the time I get there, it will have moved. But something must have calculated the movement and know that, okay, I have to keep going like this so that I will meet with the moon and then land on it. So what is that part of robotics do you think we can make such thing happen? That's brain work, that's intelligent work. The what? The AI, the artificial intelligence, which you can achieve using what? Programming. Meaning you achieve it using programming languages like what? Python, JavaScript, very good. C languages, very good. C++. MATLAB, very good. Yeah, you think you already have a lot of knowledge about this. I think these guys are already instructors. Appreciate yourself. Appreciate yourself. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Now, let me ask you this also. You are currently building a robotic arm, which you constructed from scratch. Now, I don't know if you have seen this thing online before, where a doctor can perform a remote surgery. A surgeon can perform a remote surgery. And it will be something like this robotic arm that will be working there while he's here. So what do you think you need more to be able to achieve something like that? What else do you think you need? Which kind of knowledge? About the human body? You don't need to know about the human body. No. It is the surgeon that will do the cutting that needs to understand the human's body. But how do you make it possible for the surgeon to be able to move his hand here and that robot move it in Ghana?
Connectivity.
The what? You are not confident about your answer. What else do you think you need? Which control? Which kind of control?
Sensor that will make it sense whether when the person is raising their hand to do it.
So you need a sensor here that will know how I've raised my hand, and then that sensor will have to transmit the signal over the internet to the robot, right? So that the robot also can move at the same dimension. Is that not all? Is it not all? So which kind of sensor do we need to be able to know when we move in a part of our body that can now send it to a robot? Which kind of sensors are?
Yeah, so a motion sensor will be able to do that. There are different sensors for handling things like motion.
Are you listening?
Yeah, so we have sensors already built that can handle motion. They can already sense what is the orientation of your hand, what is the position of your hand relative to another object. So there are motion sensors that can handle that very, very well. So they're actually built as a complete unit, but now what you are wondering what's inside, they integrate things like gyroscope, accelerometers, and magnetometers to actually get those sensors. So once you have those three things inside a sensor that can handle the sensor fusion and other data processing, you can already compute and get what's the motion of human hand.
Let me bust something for you. Mr. Daniel and his team are currently building almost exactly the same thing. Would you like to see their project? Mr. Daniel does not want you to see it. That's why he's not even mentioning it at all. Would you like to see it? Okay, this is what we're going to do. I want you to project it on the screen. Then I will go with the camera to the secret lab of Mr. Daniel and team. You will not enter that lab, but you will see it here. Can I follow you now?
All right, sir.
Okay. Please come with me. Will it be possible to project it there? All right.
Hold on. Okay. Just hold on. I'm coming.
Okay. Want them to hold on?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this is great. It's a one-day projector, right? Yeah.
You can be showing the rest for now. Think.
So this should be there too. So I still work in progress. Most importantly, one of the hands.
No
is
problem.
connected. All right.
Okay. Do we already have it on the screen?
It's on the screen. No.
Oh, one view is better. I was not expecting us to show this, but fine.
So you can get the feed directly from YouTube. Is that what you're trying to do?
Yes, that's
Okay. All right, where is my cameraman? My cameraman? Hey, cameraman.
And my microphone.
Okay. So can you all see this? Okay.
I need to come to the front. Yeah, just leave it on the flex. Leave it flex like that. Good.
Let me know when you can see it. Can you see it now?
Come closer. Portrait.
Oh, that's great. That's great. So do you see these fingers? Great. Now, can you also see the muscles? The, what do we call the tendons?
Tendons, yeah.
Yes. Can you see the tendon? You see this one?
You can hardly see. It's transparent. It's transparent.
Okay, it's almost transparent. Yes, yes, yes. So this is an ongoing project by Mr. Daniel and his team. And then there are the sensors for detecting the finger movements. Okay, the sensors are still in the package. Okay. So these are the motion sensor that helps to be able to detect how your fingers are moving. Okay, we may not need to open it up. Okay.
It's called an inertial measurement unit.
It's called what?
An inertial measurement unit.
An inertial measurement unit. So this is what detects your finger motion. Then it transmits it to this part, to this engine right here. And anywhere this is in the world, the same thing you are doing with your finger wherever you are, this also will begin to do it. Yeah, appreciate your Oga. So this will be the final part of my own session with you. I believe you will be completing this robotic arm before you complete your session, and I was told that you'll be having a competition tomorrow. I've been told that there is a particular team that is always taking the lead. Where is that team? Okay now. All right, so tomorrow is your day. I believe you will win again, Abi. All right, so thank you so much. Thank you for having me. See you tomorrow.
Alright, please come and appreciate Dr. C. doing for once again. Come on, please.
There is someone you're going to meet before you leave. He's the CEO of Matronics. Matronics build power inverters. SQI. Thank you. Who do I say you'll be meeting? The CEO of Matronics. This is a company that builds power inverter. For example, all the campuses of SQI runs on solar inverters. And by next year now, SQI will be having about 1,000 solar panels to give continuous power supply this way. Because by that time, you will have multiplied more. So now, Mr. Martins, we only give you just 3 minutes to 5 minutes talks on how this electronics has made a lot of things possible in his company. So welcome with me, Mr. Martins of the Matronics. Thank you so much, sir. You can have this.
Thank you.
Just put this here. Yes.
Okay. All right. Is this it? Well, thank you. My name is Olude Martins. I'm privileged to be here to tell us more about what electronics can do. First and foremost, we must know and believe that there's no problem electronics cannot solve. Electronics is a tool we use to solve problems. And I specialize in power electronics, that is using electronics to solve power problems. As we all know, one of the main challenges we have in Nigeria today is epileptic power supply. And as we all said it, that one of the things that we need to make all these things happen is having a stable power supply. So we start from all the basic components like diode, resistor, transistors. How do we make them? How do we put them together? Then secondly, we introduce microprocessor, microcontrollers, using like Python, C++. You can run a code on a microcontroller, addressing it. This is what I want you to do. So electronics, we can say electronics is a language. Is a language we use to solve problems. So in Matronics Power Solution, we use electronics in fact, in all we do. We use electronics to solve problems. So I can say this afternoon is a privilege for me to welcome you guys to the world of electronics. And this journey is an adventure. As you go on, you will find different aspects, different departments at which you can say, okay, this is what I want to major in. I want to major in solving power problem. I want to major in solving communication problem. I want to major in solving agricultural problems. It cuts all around human endeavors. Also in medicals. Our director has talked about using electronics to do surgeries, to solve medical problems, to create different medical devices. We use electronics. And also in manufacturing. When you introduce electronics in manufacturing, it solves a lot of problems. Like, there's some things that when humans are doing it, we are bound to have some errors. Human being, we can have errors. But when you introduce electronics with your programming language, you can solve it without error and without wasting material. If I call this young chap now, yeah, cut this for me. You know, he can make a lot of error. Cutting like 3 times before he can get it accurately. But with the help of electronics, he just having all these machines we are talking here, he can do it in no time accurately. So I want to thank SQI College of ICT for this great opportunity to welcome you guys to the world of electronics. Thank you and God bless you.
Alright, can we appreciate the person that's put us down? Let's have our hands together and appreciate. Okay, so now I think we'll be going for our break, 1 hour break. Now we can come back and consider our construction of our robotic arm. So let's quickly go, then in the next 1 hour you have to be back so that we can continue the construction. Alright. So in the next 1 hour we'll be back, please. 2:45 we should be back here, please.
I was so proud of myself. Then that was ending of 2017. I went back to university. But anytime I go back to university and I come back, I still find a place to come back to SKI to come and gain more knowledge and learn more. So last year during the Corona period, so I feel like okay, I should not waste this opportunity. I should still go and further. So I came to SKI again. That was last year. So I was so proud of myself. Then that was everywhere that was one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. Because anytime I go back to university, I come back, I just find like to come back to SKI to come and gain more knowledge and learn more. I met a lot of last year during the marvelous Corona period, that I interact with, like SKI is like a second home for them. Like anytime I come to SKI, there's this happiness, there's this joy in life. So proud. And last year it came with then that was everywhere that was like the best decision I've ever made. SKI is just the best. Anytime I go back to university, I come back, like just come back to SKI to come and learn more. I met so marvelous during the marvelous Corona period, like so marathon, like SKI like a second and for that I want to like anytime I come to SKI there's this happiness, there's this joy. Actually so proud. And last year can use the same time to like SKI is just charged. Anytime I go back to like I also work on another project. That's a food app. Like a food like a restaurant that a app that can manage a whole restaurant. In this app now, you can actually come from
When you want to sort out your Mac once and for all, what do? Most tips from the internet didn't work.
I thought I know something about computer before joining SQI. But when I joined SQI, I realized that even some application that I've been using while I was still working, I think I was more or less at a zero level. My name is Alhaji Abdulatif Jima. I joined SQI in the year 2020 before the COVID lockdowns holiday. I'm actually inspired to join the institution because one of my sons is also a student there, even though that as at the time I joined, he had not completed his course, but because he's good at the north, so he went to to his institution. So, but while at home, each time he come home and we see he's been taught over there, I said, well, wow, I think I can also do that now that I'm a bit free. I would say I'm retired, okay, because I work with a private institution. So now that I'm free a little bit at home, let me use that and see whether I can increase my knowledge on computer. I thought I know something about computer before joining SQI. But when I joined SQI, I realized that even some application that I've been using while I was still working, I think more or less at a zero level. Take for instance, Excel. I used to use Excel for spreadsheets in my workplace. I write names with all this. But when I got to SQL, I realized that so all these things can be. One can use Excel to do all this work. This is fantastic. So in fact, I have it in mind that whenever my children are free or they are around, I think I will have to enroll them. In fact, my wife is also trying to, not because of her schedule of work, she will have joined since. Yorùbá ní tí ọmọdé ò bá tí rí oko bàbá ẹlòmíì, a ní kò sí oko tó tó kó bàbá òun. Knowledge is something you can improve on at any point in time. If that will be SQL, apart from this computer knowledge, you see this the mind talk. In fact, it's a great thing. It opens mind of everybody, both the students and even whoever that is around, to see a lot of things about what is going on. Is a nice thing to expose, especially the young ones, to such gathering, so that they learn from others and they'll be able to develop interest on different aspects of life. Students that are passing through that place are learning a lot from there. When they get to another place, they will behave the same way, and people will respect them, because they said respect is reciprocal. SQI is a unique place when you talk about relationship. It is a place where I found out that the management staff, the students, even the directors of the establishment can hardly differentiate that this is this man, this is this man. Everybody relates together in a very friendly environment. I will still bring my children into SQI. It means I have a lot of things I have gained there, which I want them to gain. And at the same time, even my wife says, despite the fact that she's fully working, she has a very tight schedule as a medical doctor, you know. So she's still interested in coming to SQI because of what we have been telling them at home. So I think I have no hesitation to recommend SQI for anybody who wants to learn about ICT.
Are you a professional looking to immigrate legally to the United States? Today we're going to talk about one of the best options.
My name is Abido Victor. I'm a student of SQI College of ICT. I'm in the Software Engineering Department, Web Development option. I joined SQI about 3 months ago. Yeah, that's correct. Then SQI has really impacted me in the field of ICT, and with that I can say I've acquired enough knowledge to build beautiful projects like a Ludo game, which you can play with 2 to 4 players. It follows the same prototype of a regular Ludo game that you know, just by learning JavaScript. I also learned, and from SQI I was able to build my own What game, in which you can play with the computer interactively. It follows the same rule of the What game. And also I've been able to build some side projects like a prototype of the e-receipt, an alarm, a lot of things, and SQI has really helped me. Hearing about SQI was from the radio. I was listening to the radio one day and I heard about SQI and what they have been doing, how they have been impacting people. And I thought to myself, why allow us to determine your life and how you run things? And I was like, okay, I have passion for this ICT. Let me see if these SQIs are more like the regular people. Because I hear of, okay, this, that, this. I'm like, okay, let me try out SQI. But to my greatest surprise, in less than 3 months, I was able to achieve a lot. And right now, I would say that I'm so proud I came to SQI, and I would really recommend SQI for anybody that wants to learn. Anybody, any family, friend, relative, anywhere you're seeing this, I would really advise you to pick SQI as your first choice of where to learn ICT and progress in your ICT journey. I study at SQI. Study at SQI, succeed anywhere.
My name is Daniel O. Hadijumon. I've been in SQI for about a year now. I was there 2015 after my SSC program. I was there with 3 of my colleagues then, and I took the AutoCAD drafting course then. But beyond the AutoCAD course, SQI has opened my eyes to see a lot of opportunities and wonderful things in technology. And since then, I've actually been exploring more and more of all I can take from technology, and currently I'm taking a data science course, that is machine learning, deep learning and all these stuff in SQI. So SQI is a fantastic place to be. It's a place of opportunity. It has been like that since inception and it's still the same up to now. And there are still many more opportunities for myself and everyone else to take at SQI. Change is constant, and this constant change is one of the reasons why the world is a better place today than it used to be 50 years ago, a century ago. For instance, the TV set, it started with this, and then to this, and then to this, and now we have this. At SQI, we believe in making Africa a great continent, one mind at a time. And talking about one mind at a time, this also involves taking one step at a time. SQI has taken that step in technology, and it's left to every one of us to also take that step. I feel confident to tell anyone that there's an opportunity for them in tech. And even if we don't think there's an opportunity for you in technology, you just come to SQI and we are going to make you realize that.
And SQL will also take you all the way in the process for you to realize your career goals.
Hello, my name is Marianne Ezobidi. I'm from Anambra State. And I came in SQI in the year 2019 to study software engineering. Before I talk about my passion in software engineering, I'm going to tell you guys how I came all the way from Anambra to SQI to study software engineering. You get one guy, I bet me on a pardon me. You get one guy for our Facebook group where we did. The guy sabi graphics very well. He sabi graphics well. Like him be baba for graphics. So and I was into graphics that time. I did do graphics as well, but the guy be professional. Now so I can't send a friend request. Me and him can't talk. I was like, guy, where you can't get your experiences from? Like where you get all these things from? He was not telling me that student of SQI way in bio, like in the study for SQI. I was like, wow. And because there's what they call in Photoshop mock-up, that he did that mock-up in Photoshop. I was like, wow, did you do this mock-up or did you download the software? Or did you download the mock-up? He was like, no, he did it by himself. I was like, wow, this is this is mind-blowing. So I was like, can you tell me how you guys go about it in SQI? Can you tell me how you guys do those things in SQI? So when he already told me, like he told me how they go about it in SQI, that you can be a professional student, you can be a diploma student. I was like, okay. Like, well, in my mind I was like, let me go for a professional student, because I was like, if I can learn this thing within 1 year, it's okay. But my other mind was not telling me that I don't think 1 year is okay, that I should go for 2 years, I should go for the diploma. So I was like, okay, let me go for the diploma. So I asked him about the inquiries. He told me everything concerning SQI. And I feel like the thing makes sense. So that's how I find myself in SQI. And to tell you guys that I didn't go into graphics again, because what I saw in software engineering class was something else. So I decided to make a change of course. So I changed my mind to software engineering. Yeah, so when I came to SQI and I have I don't know anything concerning software engineering. Like I don't know anything concerning software engineering. So they started from the grassroots. They had to take me HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and all those things. Like, they gave me the best experience I ever had. Like, they gave me the best experience I ever had. Because I never know that I can do something with, like, creating an app with my system or something like that. I didn't know, because I thought that it's only graphics that I can do with my system or watch movies. That's what I know. But now, I can do a lot of things with what I've learned so far in SQI. Talking about my projects, what I've done in SQI, I got my first, let me say this thing, I got my first gig when I was in third quarter in SQI. And it's a highly paid, gig that I got with the project that I did for someone. I have a lot of projects that, starting from, is it from the phone that I did when I learned JavaScript, or from the game that I did when I learned JavaScript, or starting from the frameworks that I did when I learned JavaScript. I did a food app, I did a counter app, I did a lot of projects in SQL.
My name is Oluwatomiba Taiwo. I'm a student of SQI College of ICT, studying software engineering. I heard about SQI College University on the radio, specifically Fresh FM. My expectation before coming to SQI was the classes would be theory throughout, but I found it so well that the classes were practical all through, and the ability for you to have access to your tutors is something so incredible. I've been in SQI for the past 2 years, and SQI has really met my expectation and beyond. My experience in SQI College of ICT has been so productive. A whole lot of projects I've been able to engage in, projects like cinema tickets, a phone, a food hub, e-commerce site, and the likes. I intend being a full-stack developer after my leave from SQI College of ICT, and I recommend SQI to anyone who is interested in any of the tech programs.
Mustafa Habib is my name. A graduate from Lautech Electrical Engineering Department. I studied full-stack development at SQI College of ICT. Currently a full-stack developer at International Bureau. I'm also a full-stack developer at Revent Technology. I'm certain that before the end of today, I am going to be a product manager at one of the fintech companies in Nigeria. I came into SQI 2008, early 2018, so to speak, early 2018. I came in as let me just put it as nobody. I will still talk about the reason why I said as a nobody. Despite the fact that I was a first-class student then as at my 400 level, stroke 500 level. So my educational background in terms of academic was okay. So, and me now saying I'm going into software development, it's actually weird to some people. I resumed at SQI College of ICT and NIFLAT. So that was when I met Dr. Adeyemi the first time. I never knew he was the CEO of ICT. SQI College of ICT as I then. I sat at the back looking at this man with his way of, let me put it as tutoring or teaching. I was just like, wow, no problem, let's move. So with my first day, with Dr. Adeyemi, I think he was the one teaching us JavaScript as at then. I met Adeolu back that same day. That's, I think I'm going to proceed. With my first day of meeting this man, I said I think I'm going to proceed. Adeolu said it's not yet time for me to decide, that I should just still continue. Still have it at the back of your mind that it's still front end, because it's not yet time. He said I'm not yet convinced self. I said okay, no problem. I proceeded. It was tough at start, 2018. It was tough. By that time, I was on 500 level already. We were actually done with our 500 level, but then Lautech issues about strike got me still in school. Most of my mates that were together, all of them already left school for home, while I'm still in school at SQI College of ICT. I already said it earlier that I came into SQI just to learn front-end development too. But then in the course of the tutoring by most of the tutors at SQI, I got to know that I have no other choice than to proceed. I proceeded with the back-end development database administration at SQI, all because of the tutoring attitude impacted by this tutor. There was a time I can still recollect very well at NIFLAT. We were given a particular task by Dr. Adeyemi as a then. Actually, he's even putting it in instance of general terms. Even with all my lecturers in Lautech, I can actually say that Dr. Adeyemi is still the best tutor I've ever had so far, right from my primary school stage up till I finish. I applied at Keystone Bank, submitting my CV today. I had an interview today, and I resumed work the next day. I was so, let me call it furious that, God, is this thing real? I had submitted 4 CVs to 4 different companies before my service. None of them even called me for an interview. But just because I wanted to test myself, I'm not yet ready to start anything. I am only testing myself. Before I knew it, the next day I had already started as a front-end developer at Keystone Bank. They demanded for React Native. I did React, but I was like, it is React, I can do it. I started opening my React courses, which I did at SQI, which actually gave me motivation that definitely I can do this. I entered Keystone Bank the next day. I was given tasks to do, which I thought it was a joke, because what they gave me to do was what we started our React class with at SQI. They told me to create a school portal. I said, is this the test for me to start as a full stack here, as a front-end developer here? They said yes. What I did, rather I should have just opened that particular project we've done at SQI and just copy and paste for them. But then I intentionally challenged myself. I will do this for you in React. I will build this for you in Angular with the limited time you gave to me, which I did. When the team lead came to me that he wants to see what I have done so far, I said I had already pushed to GitHub, and I said I had already pushed to Heroku. I gave him 2 different links. He said, why 2 different links? I said one is for Angular, one is for React. He said, why Angular? I said, I just provided solution. Just pick what you want. What the man said is, I love your charisma. I love the way you approach things. Personally, I smiled because I know this was part of what I learned at SQI. To be bold of yourself. You are the one that wants to solve their problem. You are the one that wants to help them. I was so bold and courageous of myself that day. The man said he would love me to start work as at that day, which I started. I used only 2 weeks, if I could remember, 2 weeks. Because I entered Keystone with another motive, just to test myself, not to start work now. The pay was okay, but then that was not what I wanted as at then. I left Keystone Bank like 2 weeks after. When I was leaving, the man said, why was I leaving? I said, I'm only here to challenge myself, to see if I'm capable. And now I think I am getting the insight, and I know where I still need to patch. The man said, okay, no problem, but please, I still want you to continue as our developer. I said, how? He said, you can be working from home. Please. The man said it that day. Please. I said, fine. Okay, no problem. SQI College of ICT is a great place to be. As I'm speaking, we have numerous international people that would be here, I'm sure, before the year runs out. Now, International Brewery is trying to make International Brewery branch in Lagos, in Nigeria, a beer tech garage, where we can now provide solutions that will be used all over the world, where we have International Brewery. They want to make Nigeria a place where they will be providing solutions to the world. The man called me sometimes back and said he would definitely need new minds to come on board, because we are talking about tech garage. It's not only about software here, it's about hardware, it's about different solutions to boost their own products. So any parents, any individual that is thinking of learning a soft skill, and you are looking at it that monetarily you are not yet capable, apply at SQI scholarship program. Definitely you would see the one that suits you. Within a limited period of time, you will definitely make it. It is not about, okay, I'm already working, I don't have time. Come to SQI. They have mentors. Tell them your problem. They are problem solvers here. It is not about solving technological problem. It's about even solving your own personal problem here. Tell them what you are after. Tell them your current situation at SQI. The solution is already there for them. So I recommend SQI for anybody thinking of leveraging into software development, into hardware development, multimedia, networking, anything. Come to SQI, you would have it. Once again, my name is Mustafa Habib, software developer, International Brewery, full stack developer, Revent Technology, very soon product manager at one of the greatest fintech companies of Nigeria.
Hey guys, check this out.
Today so far I made $177, and yesterday my name is Abido Victor. I'm a student of SQI College of ICT. I'm in the Software Engineering Department, Web Development option. I joined SQI about 3 months ago. Yeah, that's correct. Then SQI has really impacted me in the field of ICT, and with that I can say I've acquired enough knowledge to build beautiful projects like a Ludo game, which you can play with 2 to 4 players. It follows the same prototype of a regular Ludo game that you know, just by learning JavaScript. I also learned, and from SQI I was able to build my own What game, in which you can play with the computer interactively. It follows the same rule of the What game. And also I've been able to build some side project like a prototype of the e-receipt, an alarm, a lot of things, and SQI has really helped me. Hearing about SQI was from the radio. I was listening to the radio one day and I heard about SQI and what they have been doing, how they have been impacting people. And I thought to myself, why allow us to determine your life and how you run things? And I was like, okay, I have passion for this ICT. Let me see if this SQIs are more like the regular people. Because I hear of, okay, yeah, this, that, this. I'm like, okay, let me try out SQI. But to my greatest surprise, in less than 3 months, I was able to achieve a lot. And right now, I'm saying, like,
Hello everyone, my name is Ict Robotics, a student of SQI, currently studying software engineering. I was introduced to SQI by my uncle. Then I was in GS3, so I had some plans of becoming a graphics designer. With time, I became a UI UX designer, and also I'm currently a full stack developer. So I've been in SQI for the past 4 years now. Due to me going into school and coming back, resuming to work. My experience so far, I had a lot of experiences meeting different people, collaborating with them to get some things done. I'm intending becoming a full stack developer after I leave SQI, working for big companies. My advice for people out there is that if you're interested in tech, you can come to SQI to learn new things, to collaborate with people to get jobs done.
One of the hardest parts of my business is receiving international payments. When I think of the hassle
My name again is Akitomiwa. But my friends call me Jabos, probably because
I write Java a lot. I was once a student at SQI. One of the greatest things I took away from SQI was great attitude, being committed. To be honest, everything is not quite easy, but there was no loss of enthusiasm. That's the commitment. Because, I mean, there's this popular saying that the person will give up, now for call. So you just have to be dogged and be resilient. So if that commitment is learned from, I mean, Okemi was my instructor. He's still my boss. I mean, so he's still my instructor anyways. So, I mean, you always come to class and instill that spirit. I used to think only white folks those are right programs. I mean, they can build games and all. And I'm very, very inquisitive and so curious to knowing why. So, I mean, I do disturb Uncle Yemi a lot with questions. You might have passion, but if there is no interest, it doesn't go. I mean, at the end of the day, it will be proved fertile. If you are truly interested in tech, I mean, interest. That's a point of interest. That's a point. It's not too late to just start, irrespective of your age, irrespective of your grades. This is a field where, although in some job requirements, they would say first degree in computer science any information technology is important. I mean, and that's the space SQI is covering. You stand a chance to have your diploma in software engineering. Tech is just the way. When I had my first job, IT placement, which was in GT Bank in Ogbomoso. I mean, as an IT student, a long 1 year IT, I will be paid 40K per month. I mean, that's big boy. I mean, in Ogbomoso, how much is rent? Lautech then was paying, maybe, was it 45 or 25,000 naira per section? Is it per section? Yeah. So I felt it's gonna be a great deal for me. Joyfully, because of my relationship with Onkeyemi, I spoke with him like, boss, I don't get one offer for GT Bank, 40K per month. He now said I should calculate it. I said that's like 480K in a year. Yeah. He said, Mayowa, that's good. But do you know you'll be so good at counting money within 1 year? Like, even machine would not be as good as you are. I felt ashamed. Like, at first I thought he wanted to eulogize me for getting that thing. I never knew he's just about to whip my ass. Anyways, he said 1 year counting money, you'll be more faster than machine. But how have you ever thought of doing the same thing in tech for 1 year and see how your life would transform positively? I had to go back home. I remember that was November. I had to go back home, discuss with my mom, and I had to let go of 40K and took, I subscribed to his advice. I mean, it is what it is today. So what I would just say is, if you really want to liberate yourself from apparent skill deficiencies, you really want to be different. My mates then were studying, different courses. But I really don't see, to be honest, at that time, I don't know what computer science is all about. But I just want to be different. Like, if they are saying if they are saying jargons in their field, I also want to come out and be saying jargons. I want to be saying garbage collection. I just want to be saying jargons, just to be different.
Wow.
So my advice is just, if you really want to liberate yourself, and because this is just the beginning, tech evolving. The paradigm shift in the way there is demand for tech experts is really, really going up. So, and if you can keep the momentum, then
let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Some of your colleagues at SQI then, when you were Java programming, I think one of them is Celine, right?
Yeah.
You were senior to Eileen?
Yes. I think Eileen was, yeah, I was.
Let me ask you this. How many of those you knew then that you were, taking the tech study together that are Sakpa today?
Sakpa, like Jakpa, yeah?
No. Is this Sakpa?
Okay, Sakpa. Oh. Oh, well.
Can you remember one person that is broke today? Out of
Honestly,
your colleague then that studied tech then?
I really can't find one. Like I said, I can't even find one.
Wow.
No.
Wow.
It's either one is in. I mean, I know a lot of them spread across the globe. Qatar, US. I mean,
is the way out of Sakpa Japa, Mayowa?
Boss, that's that question.
It is no. Basically, it is no, because it's not everyone that Japa that is doing well.
No, to be honest, you are right. You can still be in Nigeria and not Japa if I mean, there are so many US jobs that are remote. I mean, you can earn like up to 8,000, between 5,000 to 10,000 per month, and you'll be in Nigeria. I have friends in Nigeria. Yeah.
With between 5,000 and 10,000, don't be omitting the rest. 10,000 what?
$10,000. I mean, US. Yeah, between $5,000 and $10,000. Yeah, but
dollars.
Yeah, $10,000 is like 6 million per month.
So, which means whether you are in Nigeria or out of Nigeria, tech is the way out of poverty.
100%.
Thank you so much, Mayowa, for joining us today.
Thank you.
We appreciate your time. Mayowa's time worth how much?
Boss, some people are charging $200 per hour now on Twitter. Maybe mine will be £1,000.
My name is BLC. I'm a software engineer. I got into SQI in 2017. So I'm not going to say I left SQI. So I'll just say I got to SQI in 2017 because I'm still part of SQI. And then I'm a student. I graduated from LabTech too. I was a student at LabTech.
Now, Toyosi, did you come into SQI through scholarship too? Say the truth.
Okay. No, when I started, it wasn't through scholarship actually.
It was scholarship?
It wasn't through scholarship, but I wrote the exam while I was in then. So I got the scholarship for another, it was called quarter then. I got the scholarship for another quarter while I was in. But I did not, when I got the scholarship, I did not eventually use it because I was given it wasn't based on the scholarship test. I was given another scholarship that allowed me to run the whole quarter. I don't know if I remember.
You used it to run the whole quarter. What was your percentage then?
I think 60 or so.
60?
Yes. Or 65, I'm not sure.
65. Please be precise. Because you will pay it back. I'm just kidding. Now, how much would you say that has been of a benefit to you on your career now?
A lot, in so many ways. Because, initially I came into SQI then, not because I exactly wanted to, or not like I was exactly passionate about and wanted to learn then. I wanted to escape ASU strike because we had just finished. Because we had just finished 9 months strike then. I was in 100 level, and I did. We had only just one test then. We had not even seen the result when we had a strike of 9 months. So when we just finished first semester exam, when there was more of another strike again. So I didn't want to stay at home because basically when I was at home then I was just either seeing movies or just I wasted the whole 9 months actually. So I didn't want that to happen again. So that was why I could remember my friends and I were 4 that came that they would check from school to the general office then to make inquiry. So when we came, we talked and everything. That was when I knew that I needed to. It was from the discussion I had from Kevin that day that the passion started growing actually, because initially it was just an escape route for me. So that day I was like, okay, I needed to get it. I registered, and since then I could say, because I studied computer science in school, and I wanted more practical knowledge along the line. So I can really say that basically, virtually what I do currently, the application of the knowledge and everything, the foundation was from what I gained at SQI then. So it was really, in fact, a lot of times when I think back, I try to imagine if I did not go to SQI that day. I just try to imagine what would have happened. Maybe I would be carrying a folder jacket up and down, looking for maybe computer science job or something, computer science teacher job or something.
Trying to say thank God for the strike?
Yes, because if there was no strike, I would have gone to SQI then. I don't think I would have gone.
Do the student here now be saying thank God for the strike?
Well, it depends. So if they are using it, if they are making use of the period properly, yeah. So since they are in SQI currently, they can say thank God for the strike.
That is wonderful. Now, I want to ask you this question. I think there are 4 of you that came to make an inquiry at SQI the day you 4. You were the only one that registered.
Yes, sir.
How come? What happened to the other 3? What made them not to proceed? And why did you proceed?
The major challenge then was money, based on what he said. For me too, it was money. I did not, because that day I had 10K in my account. I could call it my life savings because I've been saving it for my secondary school. So I called my dad that day to tell him about SQI, and it was like it didn't happen then, but was going to look for a way to send me the money maybe following week or something. And I think it was on the Friday that we came that day. But basically that day, what I wanted to say before that, I was thinking whether I should say it or not. I guess I should just say it. You allowed me to pay that 10K then and asked me to pay the rest the following week. And you allowed me to join the class the Monday following that Friday. And I just paid 10K that time. Although I eventually paid the rest that same week. But
you paid your entire life savings. Your entire life savings. What gives you the confidence?
Okay, firstly, I didn't even know I could do something like that because, well, let me say I'm this kind of person that believes that, okay, your account should not be empty and stuff. So, for my conversation with you that day, so many things that we talked about, you gave me examples of the applications of things I was going to learn. And okay, little backstory. Towards the end of the strike then, I was already learning HTML myself. The old HTML that SQI would train us and would be quite good enough in 1 or 2 weeks. It took me like, okay, HTML and CSS, I think 3 months towards the end of the strike then, because I was trying to learn it on my own. And see, when I came to SQI, there was just quite some things that I had to learn in addition to what I learned then. So based off the conversation I had then, I knew that I can't just allow this opportunity to pass me by. And one funny thing, the payment per quarter then was was okay. It was a particular amount, and the following week, funny enough, the amount went up by I can't remember, an additional 20k per quarter then. And I could remember when I wanted to make my balance, there was this conversation we had that you were like, no, that is not the complete money. And I said that when I paid my initial money, it was still the former amount. And I escaped. So just a day difference. If I had paid later, I would have had to pay an additional 50. So it was money for the other guys then.
Your first job outside SQI was with InterSwitch. You were still in school then. You were still a student. You said something that makes so much sense to me. You said you didn't apply to InterSwitch. You said InterSwitch saw a post of yours that you made on Twitter about a software that you built, making it simple for people to use the assistant software, and they reach out to you. What do you feel about that experience? How do you feel? How do you feel about it?
Okay, I don't know how to. Okay, so let's say from the onset initially, it took a while before I could really admit that okay, I was a programmer in a sense. And I remember there was this day we were still at general office then, when there was this school, secondary school that had this program. It was I think like an end of year program or something. So they invited SQI to deliver a speech, to like encourage the kids and tell them one or two things about tech and everything. And you said you wanted me to represent the SQI, and what you said, you're like, when you get there, tell them you are a programmer from SQI. My man was like, wait, so I'm a programmer. So at that point that it occurred to me that actually I think I'm a programmer. So when I made that post and somebody just reached out to me that I'm so person from so place, I really like what you did. You made it very difficult to use and everything. I was like, wow, that's really nice. And what really spurred me to do that thing then was I saw a post by Prosper where he built something similar for that's Prosper. Tell me why he built something similar for Paystack. So I just said do something like that, and it made me even appreciate more some of the things that we do then. So it was really a very nice experience.
Wow. Toyosi, thank you so much. Thank you for believing in SQI. Thank you for believing in yourself. Thank you for making us proud.
Grammarly Business features the same premium writing suggestions millions of individuals know and love.
I'm here with Mr.
Fatel Israel. When I graduated from school, I was trying to apply for jobs, but when I tried applying, I noticed that people doesn't just hire graphics designers. They prefer people with tech experience. So that's why I came to seek knowledge, and I searched for the best place to learn, and I noticed that SQI is very good at that.
Wait, so you came all the way from where?
From Warri in Delta State.
Wow, that's nice. Okay, now let's get to your project.
Okay, now, so let's get to see what
So your project, what's it about?
Actually, it's an e-gallery platform, a platform that bridges the gap between art lovers and artists, because to approach artists to buy artwork, because there are a lot of artists out there that are willing to sell their artworks and make money. Actually, I'm one,
But you know, to just carry artworks around to people, are you buying? You know, it's kind of frustrating. So that's why I thought of a platform to like a platform whereby artists will sell willingly, and art lovers will come and buy at a very good rate. This is the project. The name of the project is 3 Dimension.
What gave you the inspiration on your project?
Actually, I derived the inspiration from my profession. I'm a creative artist.
Wow.
So about 2 months ago, I came here because 2 months ago I don't even know what UI UX means. But now I think I'm a certified UI UX designer.
How long did it take you to come finish the project?
I spent just 14 days on it.
14 days?
Yeah, that's 2 weeks.
Wow, that was nice. I went off social media. Actually, it's due to something, but sincerely, like everything that happens, I see it as a blessing and as a challenge. Yeah,
so it really challenged me, and he really helped me a lot.
Wow, that was nice. That was nice. Now, is your project done, or you still want to work on it?
Actually, for now, I will pen it for now. So, but once I finish coding class, taking my coding lessons, I will surely reinforce the app.
And that's why it's able to shine better. Because as an artist, it's actually an artist. He does creative work.
So app, do you plan to, like when you publish, do you plan to make use of it?
Yeah, actually, that's why I intend going to level 2 of, like, the level 2 is like coding, a developing. Yeah. So like I intend to do more concerning to the app. Wow. Like if I want to make it live for you. I want to make it live because it can really help upcoming artists out there that are willing to make enough money online. So, and I think they are creative enough, and I think their creativity can pay them. So once there is a platform whereby they can easily upload and sell their artwork and they get paid, life will be a better place.
Of course, it doesn't happen by thinking about it. You have to work at it. If you ask him how many hours he spent on this work, he will explain to you. Do you understand? Because it takes time, it takes commitment, it takes discipline to do. Forget about it.
Edit this video.
It doesn't just happen by chance.
5 minutes.
You have to work at it.
For now, you are not open to maybe any job or any opportunity for now.
I'm open to job for you. We gotta make money.
Okay.
In short, my advice to upcoming UI UX designers is just that, that world is like stepping into a multiverse of madness. So what I would just advise is you to come with a great determination, a very strong will that you want to know it. Believe me, you will definitely get it right.
Well, in addition to what is said, I think my advice to you is just to be consistent. That's what you need to do. You have to be consistent with your design.
Right. That was nice.
How do you feel about school resumption?
Oh, honestly, I feel bad. Seriously, I feel bad. Here in SQI, I've used just not up to 3 months. The knowledge I gained in that 3 months is far better than what I gained at that 5 years in University of.
Just heard you mention medicine, so you're a medical student of Lautech. Fantastic. So why product design? Why not just focus on medicine?
Okay, tech is the no actually.
I am Miracle Adirimisi.
My name is Faith Adeniro. I'm a student of Lautech and I'm currently learning product design at SQI.
Hello, what's your name?
My name is Afolabi Abi.
What course are you studying at SKI College of ICT?
Yeah, I'm studying web development.
Okay. When did you join SKI College of ICT?
I joined August 2.
Which course are you studying at SKI College of ICT?
I'm a software engineering, ma.
Okay. Which field in software engineering? Web development or native?
Web development.
How can you say your learning experience has been at SQI?
Here at SQI, you interact with your tutors, and I can say here at SQI, I made a lot of friends that I haven't made for like 4 years that I've used in University of Ilorin.
So that means you were able to actually grow your connection, you were able to actually network with other people, and you've been enjoying your class too.
Yes.
In one sentence, describe your learning experience here at SKI College of ICT.
Well, it's fun and understandable and practical.
That's good.
So, when did you join SQI?
I started 3 months ago, that's August 2022.
All right. So, I'm assuming that you came in with the scholarship program, right?
Yes, I came with the scholarship program.
You mentioned that you're learning product design. So, how has the experience been? What have you been able to do so far?
Okay, so I started this whole journey before I came here, and the learning was kind of sporadic and I wasn't really enjoying it. So I feel like I should enroll myself in a tech school where I'll be probably properly taught like an outline and I'll follow a kind of scheme of work and all. So when I came here, we started from the foundation, which was actually helpful for me because there's some things that I missed because I was just learning from different resources and I know it was kind of overwhelming. So we had to start from the scratch, then talk about the basics of everything. So then we moved and it's been interesting. Our tutor, the people, my colleagues, it's been an amazing journey actually. I enjoyed the journey.
Around 2016, I gained admission to the University of Ilorin. You understand? So for like 5 years that I've used in University of, the knowledge that I gained in that 5 years, here in SQI, I've used just like not up to 3 months. The knowledge I gained in that 3 months is far better than what I gained at that 5 years in University of. So I feel bad.
I understand, because 3 months you were able to gain a lot more than even spending 5 years in university. Okay, do you have any project that you've worked on that you'd like to share with us?
Oh yes, ma. I have a lot of projects.
Which one will you share with us?
Let me start from the last project they gave us at the final level project at level 1. I designed a website where you can sell your furniture, you understand, you can buy. And on that site, I think you can also interact with your seller. You understand? You can interact with your seller. You can message them and they will reply you. Yes.
So you actually worked on a project that deals with selling of furniture.
Yes,
you can actually still have more.
Yes. So recently I designed social media page where you see your profile, and after Mr. Sheid taught us something on Ari. So there, when you upload like a status, it will be adding. So that's it.
So how many projects have you worked on?
I've worked on a lot of projects that I can't even count.
So you have many projects that you've worked on. So will you tell us about one or two?
Okay, there's a project I got that I loved most, like Principal. Principal is like a website where you add stuff to your shop carts, like something like that.
Okay, so the Principal, is it a clone of another website or you build this like yourself?
It's a clone of another website.
Wow. Okay, so how do you feel about school resumption?
Oh, honestly, I feel bad. Seriously, I feel bad.
Honestly, it's mixed feelings because I don't want to stop here, and I have to go back to school so I can finish what I've started.
So where are you schooling?
I I school at Lautech.
I want to believe that while you were able to come here was because of the ASU strike. And now we have news that the ASU strike has been called off. So how do you intend to proceed, merging school and what you learn here at SQI?
Okay, so I feel the main factor here is actually time management, because of course school activities and all we get hold of one, and just have to balance things up. I don't have it all figured out already, but I think we'll be fine. Like juggling school, medicine, and um, product design together, just be able to manage our time and also.
I just heard you mention medicine. So you're a medical student of Lautech.
Yes.
Fantastic. So why product design? Why not just focus on medicine?
Okay, tech is the new area actually, and I'm coming from a graphic design background, so I feel I want to really go into tech, and that's like an easier route for me. So I just feel let me pursue product design.
We used to like to continue your class while at
100%.
So now you said you don't have it figured out, but you are looking at being able to juggle medicine in Lautech and product design in SQI together. But have you also heard about SQI's hybrid and virtual classes?
Yes, I have.
I think hybrid class would be good for you. Hybrid class is the class that we provide for our students. That when you go back to school, you can still continue your learning. You don't have to actually stop. Then you go for 4 months and come back again. You can actually combine your school learning with your learning here at SQI. So hybrid class contains one virtual class in a week, and it's with the instructor that have actually been taking you in classes. There are people that you already have relationship with. So, and anytime you have the chance to actually come around, you can still come here. So that's why it's hybrid. Would you love to opt in for hybrid class?
Sure, yeah. Because I won't want to stop the two, so I would love to.
There's a virtual class that is provided for students that are going back to school, whereby when you're in school, you can actually continue learning. You can actually continue developing your skills. So we have virtual class. I know you will not be around to be coming to Kumoshe, but you can opt in for virtual class, whereby you continue your classes just one day in a week. Will you love to opt in for virtual class?
Oh, yes, ma'am. And do you consider it as something worthwhile that can actually help you to advance the course you're learning here without necessarily jeopardizing what you're doing at Lautech?
Yeah, I think that's actually the way forward, and is a good initiative from the school, because they're actually considering us, and it will be nice if the whole initiative is a nice one actually, and I think it will be better for me personally to do the hybrid stuff. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Faith. We wish you the best of luck as you go on with your medical career and as well as your product design journey.
My name is Omoniosimi Obizili. I'm a software engineering student of SQI, and I'm also part of the National Innovation Diploma session for 2021-2022. I heard about SQI from Twitter. So just in the normal day, I was just scrolling through Twitter and I came across someone with a picture of the Ibadan branch. So I was like, oh wow, this is good, let me check it out.
I heard about SQI in 2020 on social media, and then I was learning HTML and CSS on my own. I thought that was the end of life when I started building some little projects. But when I got here in 2022 August as an NID student, I realized that coding is far more than HTML and CSS.
I came to SQI for the first day. I was eager to look at the laboratory of SQI, which was fantastic. I saw the 3D printing machine, which helps in printing the part of a robot. I
decided to come to SQI because I've always wanted to. I watch lots of AI movies, too, and the way they used to code, and I just fell in love with it. So, and I said it to myself that I must know how to do it. Hi everyone, my name is Ayodele Ivanji, a student of SPI College of ICT, currently studying software engineering, web offshore, national innovation diploma.
My experience so far in SKI has been great actually, especially when it comes to my tutors, because I could easily knock on their office door and ask questions and get answers. So
how I actually heard about SPI College of ICT was actually funny, because I was processing another student. I and my friend just went out to meet a senior lecturer in a particular university. Fortunately for me, during our conversation, she just made mention about SPI College of ICT. And wow, I was very excited about it. And I was like, wow, guys, I'm going to settle for SPI College of ICT.
I've been here since August 2022. Yeah, because that was when the NID program resumed, August 2022. And I'll be here till middle 2024. It's a 2-year program.
I've actually been able to learn a whole lot of things, starting from HTML, CSS, Bootstrap, JavaScript, going to framework now like React, Angular. And I'll be able to learn the server side part, the backend, that is from Node to PHP and database stuff like MongoDB and MySQL.
I'm actually on the mission to bring more people to SQI actually.
I would advise young people to come to SQI and equip themselves with a top skill that SQI offers. This can actually bring about you transforming your local community, you transforming Africa, you transforming the world in your own too.
Well, SQI is the only school that offers a degree for data science currently in Nigeria. Hi guys, my name is Omoniosimi Obisoli. I'm a software engineering student of SQI, and I'm also part of the National Innovation Diploma session for 2021-2022. I heard about my SQI NID degree from Twitter. I was just scrolling Twitter one day and I came across someone with a picture of the Ibadan branch, and then I decided to go through their page to see what's going on there. And I got more interested when I went to their website, and that's how I got it. Well, SQI is the only school that offers a degree for data science currently in Nigeria. I was in Abuja when I heard about SQI, so I started making plans, relocating down here. I actually thought I was going to be staying at Ibadan, but I realized it was Ubumosho. Then I weighed my options and I'm like, oh, to me, yeah, it's going to be worth it. So I have to move down to Ubumosho campus. My experience of finance here has been great actually, especially when it comes to my tutors, because I could easily knock on their office door and ask questions and get answers to it. And no tutor comes to the class telling us, oh, you don't have to pass now. A is for God, B is for whatever. So yeah, that has actually been really helpful. It has boosted my morale more with approaching my lecturers, telling them my experiences, where I have difficulties and all that. I've been here since August 2022. Yeah, because that was when the NID program resumed, August 2022. And I'll be here till middle 2024. It's a 2-year program, and I'm actually looking forward to what's next. Actually, I've been able to do a lot, because now I can create a website from scratch, front-end Google. So I can create a website from scratch. I've been working on some data sets on Kaggle, and I've also been working on some projects on Kaggle. And I was able to create a Christmas tree with Python, yes. In the next couple of years, I'm probably going to be working with Idovia, a subsidiary of SPI. Because I'm not looking at what is happening right now. I'm looking at the far, far away. I knew SQI is going to be much more bigger and better, and we have people all over the world coming here, so I want to be part of that. I'm actually on a mission to bring more people to SQI actually, because you'll be getting the worth of your money actually. You're getting the worth of your money. You're meeting new people, you're gaining more experiences, not just even in academics. Like we have the mind talk where we invite people in to talk about other related stuff.
I'm seeing myself as a robotics engineer senior in outside the country, building machines to upgrade pets in Africa. My name is Akomo Mazin Ayodeji, robotics student in SQR College of ICT in National Innovation Diploma. Firstly, I heard about SQI through my mom. She was she was coming from school through a bus. She saw the banner of the SQI College of ICT in Ibadan. So she came home and tell me and my mother that are we interested, and he said we should first go to the location and look at the course they are offering. But they offered my brother course at SQI Ibadan, which is software engineer, but as a professional program. But I told the sister who was there, the sister Comfort, she said they are offering the program, which is NID as robotics in Ogbomoso here, the main campus. So my mom said she said there's this scholarship, and we wrote the scholarship. She said the scholarship can be used for NID program because my dad said he wants to study NID, not for professional course only. She now said we should come down to Ogbomoso to come and get some details about it. So we came down, we wrote the exam. After writing the exam, we came for the interview, and when hopefully by God's grace I collected the what do you call it, admission letter to SPR College of ICT as a robotics student and national diploma. I love how motor move, a car, I move. I want to study automobile engineer as a course in other university. But my dad and my mom said, but everything was just theory, and it was in one university, which is Elizabeth. And I heard about SQI. I said when I would start SQI with the robotics, that which I love this film, which is called Avengers, which I like the tech man who was there, that's Tony Stark, which is the Iron Man. So I love how technologies are being made through AI and everything. And when I heard about the offering robotics course and as an NID, I love the course really. So I came to SQI for the first day. I was eager to look at the laboratory of SQI, which was fantastic. I saw the 3D printing machine, which helps in printing the part of a robot, sorry. And after seeing the robotics lab, I love SQI because I'm able to do some things which are, for now, I'm able to design a little part of the robot body using which is Vision 360, and a little bit knowledge in Tinker cards. And I know some programming language which are HTML, CSS, and a little bit of JavaScript. And I'm working on a project that's a movie project. So that's why I just love SQI. I'm seeing myself as a robotics engineer senior in outside the country, building machines to upgrade pets in Africa. Yes, I will advise people to come into the NID program because you gain the first knowledge which will help you. Now, if you gain, like now we are going for cyber security in other schools, you gain the knowledge of how code works, how programming language works before you even enter normal university as a graduate. So you will be even ahead of the classes because you you will be able something that has been taught there, you'll be able to master it as fast as you can because to have to cram code or to just understand code is easy. It's not easy, sorry, and later be easy for developers. So I'll advise people to come to SQI. The experience like from SQI is different from other like now if you go to other universities, you'll be taught the theory part of their courses, but in SQI you'll be taught the both theory part and mostly the practical part because the practical part is mostly
Have you done what I asked you? Please let's be fast, please. I'm doing this so that all of us can retain our connection back. Okay. Have you selected your body? Oh, you're having USB cord issue. Maybe you try and change the cord. Switch the cord to another person code. If it's not, yeah, I know. I think it's the PC issues or something.
I've tried the other place.
Alright. So maybe you switch to another thing or you restart the system. So if it's giving you that error of USB not recognized, you'll be having issue. You don't need to do that. Just put it in. Put it in again, let's see. No, it's not the connection. It's this USB actually, this particular one. This. Is it hot? Ah. Hey, Chineke, these people don't. Let me see. Okay. Where's your power source first? He's not connected. Try and plug in again. Let's see. Sorry, remove every wire first. Let's see. Can you see the board?
Install MicroPython.
Ah, that's crazy. Let's keep MicroPython. This thing is getting crap. David, these people MicroPython not the auto.
So we should do it again.
Let me check. Let me check. All right.
Only 90.
Okay, we've done that. You can stop it. What about group 3? Group 3. Group 2, hold on. They are finding a solution to our problem. Okay, I'm still waiting for group 3.
Down I want left, right.
Just hold on, group 2. It's not really okay.
It's just that this one is free.
What's going on, please?
This one is
Okay, try again.
Mr.
Yeah.
Dave.
It's working now. Change the angle. No, I saw it more. What's it bringing out?
Whose group is going to have this?
No, okay.
Your group?
The code is running, but it's not working. It's not working. That's what I'm trying to check.
This one is working. So this guy, you want this one too?
That's the question. That's why I told them to firstly run it, actually. Just to see. Sorry, hold on. Yeah, it ought to move. This one will move it, huh?
So sometimes they overscrew this guy.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. Alright, that's zero. It moves to zero, but change it.
Change to 90.
This, they just change your pick over? No. They haven't changed their pico. That's the pico. That's the previous one. I mean, they just
take it back to zero.
I did the one you just returned. Pico to.
This will
Okay. Don't stop before running. Just run direct. Yeah. I beg give this pico. What's it?
Some instructions for you guys. I think it's listening to your arm. Sorry, I'm going to place the pico.
Okay. Now, there's a new solution to, there's a new development right now. We want us to do something. The arm we did, I think at some point we'll be having issue whenever we're trying to run it. So now, we want our arms just kind of unscrew it and make sure maybe it's kind of parallel to the base. In such a way that you'll be having something like this. Do you understand? You know, whenever you've driven it to zero, so whenever it's at zero, just try and unscrew this, then make sure you screw it in a position like this. Do we understand? Yeah. As he explained to you. As he explained to you. All right. Please, let's be fast with that, please.
So, for your other sample, go to direction and which is turning before you determine where your zero is going to be. Do we understand? Those like this, go one level. Yeah, so that your 180 will still be there. So check the direction of where your samples are going to for 180. So So that way you know how to do it. You get.
Are we getting it as you are doing it? The way we are doing it right now, are we getting it?
The point that you want to note. So whenever it is 0, just make sure that it is like this. So when you take it to 1, you know it's like start and you just kind of
Please, let's be fast with that so that we can complete this robotic arm today. Sorry for the inconveniences. Do you get what I'm trying to say right now? Do we get it? Just drive to 0 first, then attach the upper arm to it. Is he driving yet? The power bomb will drive. What's it doing? Ah, shit. Just remove your power bomb.
Just that is gone.
Yeah.
No, that's going to be the 3. That's going to be
that's going to be the battery.
Yeah, read that again.
You have to be very, very fast. Time is far spent. Okay, group 1 is doing fine again. Group 2, let's be fast. Group 3, how far are we?
They are doing it. Okay. So we need a power supply. We need a power supply for this.
This one says no supply 5 volts.
That's not possible.
Ah.
Everything has I think some people have spots their
power module.
Because it's not charged. It's charged. Was 3.6 that's coming out from this guy, meaning that something has spoiled on this place.
At least that was what they used initially.
No, the booster has spoiled. It's still just bringing hours on the battery.
Tell that guy to be good. So when does this?
What's the multimeter?
Anything that survives this week is original.
But some groups already are getting through.
Yeah.
Constantly calibrating.
Okay, this is 5. This is 5.
Constantly calibrating.
Yeah.
That calibration is by if you do without calibration, you just be lucky. Get it.
Sure.
Let us check the connection.
You did the connection initially. What happened?
No, they moved it.
So what happened?
What they were trying to explain.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what spoiled everything.
So like this now, you try running to 0, right? Is it running?
No, once you check the
Okay.
connection.
Alright, you can run. You can.